Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And as you can probably hear, my voice is doing much better. Still a little bit in the old on the old vocal cords there. But we are doing much better. So hope you guys are having a good time. Oh my goodness gracious. It's so weird because so I was gone for, Friday and then just the weekend. And it always feels like I've been gone forever. So that's strange, but I'm back. Sorry I'm late. These damn kids. Yeah, I mean, you know how it is. It's inevitable at this point. It's inevitable because you tell them to go to bed and then you tell them to go to bed about 50 more times and then they don't. They just don't. But that being said, we do have some stuff to talk about tonight. We've got a couple quick hits. And then I figured we'd maybe, just maybe, take a peek at this Waffle House murder trial. This happened like 4 years ago. A naked man ran around a Waffle House shooting people up. Killed a couple people. Lots of bullets. And then this trial's been delayed out. And the guys had all sorts of, mental health testing and all that stuff. And he's apparently not crazy enough to not go to trial. Although I think they're using the insanity defense. Don't know. But, well, it's clear. I mean, it's not really working. Insanity is a matter of law. So he is on trial. And we've got the opening statements. Sort of. Law and crime might be bitches about it, but I've got backups. To do this, but we're going to add some commentary. We're going to pop onto the opening arguments. The whole stream court started today. It was a 9-hour stream or so. And there's some pretrial motion work and stuff like that. But I couldn't stream during the day. That's the other thing. I was driving around, had a bunch of stuff to do. Life, you clear up a schedule only to have stuff added to it. It's ridiculous. I don't get it. But so I wasn't able to fully live stream the whole thing today, but I think some people are pretty interested in this case. So I want to go ahead and take a look at it. We could have some interesting stuff. There's a crazy man involved, and crazy men make for good content. Speaking of that, speaking of crazy men making for good content, the Ballad of Ethan Ralph continues to play on the weirdest musical instrument on the entire planet. Last we left Ethan Ralph. I feel so weird talking to you guys about Ralph because I know that so many of you have no idea who this fat idiot is. You have no idea who he is. He's just this weird, loud, braggadocious, little fat guy. Like if you took like 5 Peter Dinklages and crushed them together, that would be like width-wise, that would be one Ethan Ralph. So I know so many of you don't know anything about him, but you got to understand It is watching a train wreck get sucked into a whirlpool in the ocean. It's so. By the way, Peter Dinklage, he screwed over a bunch of little folk, right? And so, like, the Munchkin Guild is trying to throw him out, which is kind. Don't mess with our Snow White rolls. We want that Disney money. Ah. So anyway, that's a separate story. uh, but anyway, Ralph. Yeah, it's like a train wreck happening on a boat that is sinking into a whirlpool in the middle of the ocean. All right? And you can't. It's been a long time coming and it's all culminating, but today Ralph got in a fight with Mr. Medicare. And again, if you don't know who any of these people are, consider little fuzzy thing flying around. Consider yourself blessed and bliss pilled that you don't know this corner of the internet. But Medicare, Daddy Jim, whatever you want to call him, the Sultan of the Sweetie Squad. He's a little bit of an internet legend in his own right, and he's very good at making fun of people. He's really, really exceptional at it. But anyway, so Jim was like one of the last bastions of Ethan Ralph's support network. And one of the things that Ralph was holding on to was Jim's sort of friendship with him. And that is apparently going right down the shitter in real time. And it's just glorious to watch because you don't get many better examples of like a well-earned comeuppance in real life. Like normally things just kind of go on, but this one is deserved. This one is deserved. A fist fight? No, no. Eric Folmes. Ethan Ralph already lost a fist fight in Portugal. And while he was recovering in the hospital, he decided to get into an internet dick fight with Medicare, which I don't know why you would. But oh well. I mean, he's done it. And so now, like, there are very few Ralph support structures left. And his motto was always, you can't abort the retort. And maybe you can't, but that thing was born, lived a while, and is now on hospice. And it's all because of Ralph. No one else did this to him. Disloyal. No one did that to him. It's all been Ralph over and over and over again. So anyway, I just wanted to briefly mention it. I don't want to go too much into it, but it is very funny to see. And it's all things that need to happen. But that being said, before we get to the Waffle House shooter, sorry, Crazy Man. This is a spaghetti brain thing. I thought Crazy Man, then I thought Ethan Ralph. Had to tell you about that because it's happening. Like, it's just now happening over the past couple hours. And and I didn't mention, but it appears based on Gator's tweet that Gator is also off the show. He said he wishes Ralph well in his future endeavors, which sounds kind of like a breakup tweet. Sounds kind of like a breakup tweet to me, but you guys can have different ideas about that. But if you're in this side of the internet, if you're familiar at all with who Ralph and Gator are, you would know that Gator not being there is a very, very big deal. Very, very big deal. But again, this isn't the show for that. This isn't the show for that. Other than the Waffle House thing, we got to talk about Joshua Ziminski, whose trial was supposed to start today, but apparently, reportedly, due to some in-court antics, we've got some crazy stuff going down with that, and the trial has been delayed. So that's wild. We'll talk about that real quick. And then we've also got, what's the other thing? Oh, the McMichaels. The McMichaels had a cushy plea deal where they would serve their time in federal prison rather than state prison. And that has been rejected by the judge. So we'll talk about that as well. And then we'll get into the opening arguments sections. They're not super long opening arguments for the Waffle House shooter, like a half hour each, which has been pretty quick, all things considered. With the other trials we've been watching, that's kind of short. So so that's cool. We'll check those out and see how it's going. I was listening in while I was driving. I was listening into the trial today, and I tell you, there's a bunch we didn't miss, man. The forensic, well, not the forensic, the scene investigator was on the stand the entire time I was listening, and I was wishing a bullet would hit me. Like, that's how boring it actually was. They're just going slide by slide. Even when the dead bodies popped up on the even when the dead bodies popped up on the screen, it wasn't like interesting or anything like that. So I think it's okay to have missed this first day, but I may pick it up tomorrow. I don't know. I got to see what I have to do. And then the other problem is Wednesday afternoon, I have another appointment. So I would have to end the show early on Wednesday before the trial was done for the day. And I hate doing that. Also, as I was not on any shows this weekend or doing anything, and I owe my Discord a live chat. I was supposed to do live chats this weekend. But I didn't do any voice stuff. I mean, I barely even talked to anybody. So it was it was all recovery. So I do still intend to do those to make up the live chats that were missed, to have a couple of live chats happen over this week. I've got to find some specific time to do it, but we will get some voice chats in. If nothing else, we'll get them in this weekend, which could be complicated. But that being said, we'll get, what the hell what are you doing in here? Let's get some super chats read that have come in early, and then let's get to the show. Oh, I need to pull up an email. You can go away. You can go away. Just in case you didn't know, the Edgecombe supercut of him evading questions, that I posted that today on YouTube. So just it's a little video for you to enjoy. It's not, it's just a couple minutes long, but it was just a funny thing. So give that a view if you haven't seen that. Oh, and I got some pretty big news. What the hell? Where is it? Where is it? Yes. Sorry. I'm trying to get everything situated here, and I feel way out of sorts. I feel like I've never done this before. Andrew, I think it is. Andrew Smith from the Canabro trial. Many of you will remember him as no shit testimony. Andrew Smith, the Army guy from the Canabro trial, reached out and said he may be interested in coming on the show. So he is the guy who gave the murder weapon to the murderer. He passed out handed out the SKS or whatever, right? So I responded to him, said, "Hey, he was, a big hit. Would love to have him on the show. So we'll see if we can get that thing. Um, we'll see if we can get that interview locked out. Is he driving? Literally, the picture he sent me to prove it was him is from his car. So yeah, I guess he is driving. Guy seems great. Guy seems great. So I will I will see if we can knock out an interview with him. I mean, how often do you get to interview someone who gave somebody else a murder weapon? That's crazy town. So I'd like to talk to him about him, about who he is, about how this all came to be. See if there's anything else he wants to talk about with Chandler. Kind of what he knows about him. He's known him online for a couple years, but see kind of and he met him in person, so that could be very interesting. Who knows? And yes, we will ask the most important question. We will ask the most important question. Did Chandler eat those parents? But yes, so that's brewing in the pipes. There was an interesting tweet. Maybe I can pull this up if I can find it real quick. This is a very interesting tweet. We've got hold on. Let me find it. Where are we? Where are we? Trying to find this tweet. Where was it? Oh, I swear it was. I'm looking for it. Mm-hmm. Well, I can't find the tweet off the top easily here, but Free Kyle USA did tweet out that they were considering a Rittenhouse appearance on Rekieta Law. Someone asked them and they responded. So I hope that can come to fruition at some point here. I think that would be a really great interview. Again, so I wish I could find it right now, but someone I didn't do that. Someone tagged me in it, so hopefully there's some movement there. Been waiting for a response on that one for a little while. So next, and they did tweet out the show with the bail hearing as well. So that was great. That was great. All right. Sorry. Do I feel completely like scatterbrained and lost today. I don't know what it is. I don't know if I didn't get enough sleep. I don't know. I have no idea. No idea. What do we got? Oh, here we go. uh the editor, Ryan the editor, has dropped a couple of very useful clips, but this is the one that I'm most excited for. Check this out.
I hope you die in prison as well.
I'm gonna get some use out of that guy. We're gonna get some use out of that one. Whew. Okay. Let's get some headphones in so I can actually hear stuff. Jeez. Okay. Yeah. Hold on one more time. I want to hear it.
I hope you die in prison as well.
I hope you die in prison as well. That was one pissed off judge at the time. That was a case where this chick stabbed and beat her boyfriend to death. Like, we're talking, she acted in self-defense. She stabbed him 11 times, beat him with like 4 different objects until he died. And she had no remorse. So he said that to a woman, and which is even funnier. But yeah, she had no remorse. And as his family, right? As his family is doing their victim impact statements, and they're talking about this dead guy that they will never see again or whatever, she's like rolling her eyes and doing stuff. And the judge's like, I hope you die in prison. Oh, it was great. Whew. She got a life sentence, mandatory life sentence. Okay. And now that, again, scatterbrained, I think I have some level of ADD, but I think I just got a whole lot more of it. Let's see. Holy shit. What is this? Okay. Hold on. Just trying to find this email. What am I doing? Oh, yes, I remember. All right. Where is it? Dermy Wormy sent me an email. And why can I not find it? Was it an email, or it might have been a Discord DM? No, I don't. Oh my God. Where did it go? Dude, I have too many fucking places to check for all these different things. Was it Dermy, are you there? Where did you post it? You're like this too when you're high? I wish that was the case. Where is this thing? Well, we'll just have to do it this way. I remember the gist of the email, the message, whatever the hell it was. And he sent me a thing. Guys, you have no idea. Today I am scatterbrained. Okay, so here's the super chat. From Dermy Wormy. Clipped Nick gets high. No, I'm not high. That's the problem. I'm just normal. I'm like getting into Alzheimer's or something. Dermy Wormy says, thanks again for the toast, Nick. If you want to read the DM on screen, that's okay as well. My grandfather's name is Lee, by the way. So I can't find the message, but I read it. I promise. And I'm going to tell you roughly what's in it as we do this toast. Okay. So here we go. So this is a toast to Lee. Lee is the grandfather of Dermy Wormy. And Lee has been fighting a terminal illness now for 5 years. For 5 years, fighting the good fight, but just recently decided to stop medically fighting it, right? And to pass gracefully and with dignity on from this world. Lee raised 3 children, I believe. 3 children, the oldest being Dermy's father, if I have that right. So, to Lee, a man who fought the good fight long enough to see his children off and successful with families of their own, may his wisdom and passion instill down into the next generation after the current one. Cheers, Lee. Peace, brother. There you go. Sorry I couldn't find the actual message, but I think we got the gist of it. What kind of name is Dermy Wormy? Well, what I didn't say, Lee had a weird naming strategy that he passed on to his children, and we can't really account for that, but we can't hold that against him. All right. Wolfgang Deo says, so I found this movie called 2025, The World Enslaved by a Virus, made in 2021, because some dull guy ranted about it as an anti-masker Christian movie. Lol. Okay. Wolfgang Deo says, stop being late and fey, Nick. Seriously, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. That's just part of it. Ryan McCoy says, what do you call the toe pads of a cremated cat? Baked beans. Alternately, could be for the toe pads of a cat plastered high on the nip. What? Okay. G says, please, for the love of God, watch or discuss Good Logic trying to find B. Ivory's video and then trying to understand how it was cringe boomer movement. Wait, what? Good Logic, what did you do wrong besides everything? Oh my gosh. I don't know what that's about, but no. Stephen Moore says, bring back Earl Grey Jr. Glad to see you back, Nick. Bring back, well, Earl Grey Jr. hasn't been on. Earl Grey was on. Oh, when I talk like this, that's what you meant. I got it now. Thank you, Iz Hailson. Maybe I'll find that in just a minute. Oh my gosh. Ed says, my cat slept through the burning down of countless neighborhoods, but now with the great honking, the stress, they're shitting in my mouth. Okay, we need to talk about the honking real quick. Should we talk about the honking? The honking that they just couldn't take. They can't take it. They can't take the honking of the trucks. The honking of the trucks is it's beyond the bounds of what a human, I mean, how could you even be expected to take this? How could you be expected to listen to honking horns? And there's all sorts of Twitter reeing going on about it. And it's amazing because it's some truckers and they just decided to go to one spot in Ottawa and honk. And like Trudeau fled. Oh, no, wait, I'm sorry. Trudeau didn't flee. He has COVID now. So he's just in quarantine. That's all. He feels fine. He just miraculously, when the truckers showed up, probably one of the truckers who gave it to him, maybe he was doing a little mouth play between the trucks or something. Right when the truckers show up, Trudeau disappears, cannot find him. And then today or whatever, he's like, "Oh, I have COVID. But don't worry, I'm working behind the scenes." So yeah, the the honking will continue until morale improves. Great memes have come out of the honking. It's the most American thing ever, and it's being done in Canada by Canadians, which is ridiculous. Americans, we need to step up our game somehow. We cannot be upstaged by the Loft Department. We cannot do that. You have to throw a real banger of a party, and the Loft Department cannot have a better party than you. So I'm not sure what it's going to be, but it's got to be better then we gotta outdo the Canadian truckers. I don't know how. The Canadian truckers is this thing they're doing is phenomenal. You want to shut us down? We'll shut down the whole city. Nail it. See how long it lasts. See how long they can keep up with it. Yeah, do it to DC. Here's what you got to do. You want to fix this in DC? Pretty simple. Put a bunch of trucks between the halls of Congress and the underage prostitution massage parlors. Just do that. Just stop the pedophilic Congress people from going and getting rub and tugs from 14-year-old masseuses in DC who are brought in from Cuba or wherever they grab them from. Just stop that. Just put the truck right in front of the door to all the Asian massage parlors, and then suddenly we'll get this fixed real quick. I promise. I promise. That ugh. Yeah. These nasty, nasty people. But yeah, just do that. Just put pressure on our Congress people. They live in an ivory tower. They have their own everything. They're taken care of. They're pampered hands and foot. Just don't let their Uber Eats orders arrive at the halls of Congress. And what are they going to do? What will they? Huh, well, they do. Our Uber Eats didn't come in. We'll just have to eat the staff. Don't eat the guy who shot Ashley Babbitt, though. He's dangerous. Yeah. I don't know what we're gonna do. I hear the truckers are coming to DC. Hilarious. Do it. Honk the halls away. Watch the Biden administration start arresting truckers for obstruction of a congressional proceeding by honking outside of the Capitol. Watch it happen. Watch the difference. Watch the fascistic response of the Biden administration when this shit comes to our shores, right? Watch it. Trudeau ran away. Biden will go the opposite direction. I mean, his handlers will. You saw what happened to the protesters I would hate to dissuade anyone, but you saw what happened to the January 6th people. Holy shit, you shut down DC with some trucks. They're going to come hard at them. Oh, but yes, also watch out for the conveniently placed like Uber racist, like the truck that has Nazi like swastika hubcaps, right? And the guy comes out and is like every time he honks, it goes, gassy Jews, gassy Jews. That's what happens when he presses the button. He has one of those musical air horns. And then it plays the German national anthem. And he's like, hello, fellow truckers. How are you? How are you? Like that guy, that's a Fed. Just so you know, I'll tell you in advance. That's a Fed. but they're there. The dude showing up in Canada with the Confederate flags. Really? Like, oh yes, the strong Canadian tradition of the Confederacy. Like that. I'm sure that's yeah. It'll be every 9th truck. Oh my God. But yeah, so the Fed posting will continue, of course, during any honking, no matter where it is. You could have like a honking happening in fucking Myanmar, right? In whatever the capital of stupid Burma is. And there'd be like a Georgian Confederate soldier, right? Like the Union's going down. That'd be, you're like, wait a minute. Like, wait, we want slavery back. And that would be, it's like, why is this guy even here? How did he get his truck on a boat over to doesn't make sense, but it'll happen. It'll always happen because the feds are everywhere. They'll activate a Cambodian Fed and send him in. I know Burma and Cambodia are 2 different countries. That's why I said send them in. See? It's not just Southeast Asia. It's Southeast Asia in little bits. All right. Jay Wolfenstein says, Ricada Law interviews Judge Borowski. Judge Borowski, I'm holding you in contempt, but it's my stream. That's it. You're gone. But bailiff, wait, how'd you get in here? I said out now. Borowski's pretty hilarious. He's got some clips out on the YouTubes. We might do some Borowski watch parties at some point. Adam R says, heard about something called Audi Club in Minnesota on your stream. Yesterday, I had the most fun I've had in a long time. You should come on down. It would be an honor to have you drive my Audi on ice. Wait, what? It's an Audi Club where you drive an Audi around on the ice? I don't understand this. I don't understand what that is. But it sounds fun. I don't know. You'd have to email me about it because I don't get it. Titan Tech 90 says, I wonder if the Lollipop Guild will leave the Yellow Brick Road to join a lawsuit with the Seven Dwarfs against Peter Dinklage. I know the Oompa Loompas will leave the terrible conditions at the Wonka factory to join a class action. Uy 99 says, yo, Nick, can you pour one out for my cat, Willie? He just had a stroke and had to be put down. He never knew how to meow, but he would squeak like a mouse and growl like a dog. I will miss that squeak. Cheers. Oh, damn it. Yeah. Yeah. I will. That sucks. Losing a pet sucks. Speaking of that, I guess now that my kids know about it, the Ricada household is getting a dog. Not 100% sure how I feel about that, but we are apparently getting a dog. I'm not that big of a dog guy. Not that I don't like dogs. It's that I don't like taking care of dogs, and they're very needy, right? Cats hate you, so you don't have to do anything with them. Like, you just make sure they have food in a litter box, and then they're like, God, leave me alone. And that's simple. If you trap one, you can pet it for a while till it bites you. But dogs are way different. You have to like incorporate them into your life. So anyway, c'est la vie. C'est la vie. But yes, anyway, to Uy 99, to his cat Willie. To his cat Willie. It always sucks losing an animal. It really does. You pour a lot of investment of emotion and friendship and companionship into an animal, and then when they pass on, you miss their presence, even if you didn't pay much attention to it while they were there. So for the loss of a friend, Uy, for Willie the squeaker, cheers. True and honest Shabbat, bad pressure, bad calf care says, that being said, I'm glad you got your voice back. You should test it out with a rant. Not really. You still sound scratchy, but maybe a little one. We'll see what happens. I'm not opposed. I'm not for. I'm neutral. Improve It says, can you recommend a Minnesota attorney yourself to assist with getting kicked out of classes for not wearing a mask? I think I got an email from you, Improve It. Not me. I'm not the person you want. Cause I just don't have, I don't have time to do a case like that at all. I don't know of anyone off the top of my head, but I will happily reach out into my network of Minnesota attorneys and see if anybody knows anybody fighting against some of the mask mandates. I'll see what I can do. If you're the person who sent me the email, I did get it. If you don't hear back from me soon, please follow back up. I will, or called, or I think it was an email. But yeah, please follow back up. I will happily see if I can find you someone. General Balzac says, so how do people change the direction of the country? I'm a vet, dumbass tanker, and intelligence, and also disillusioned with the current direction of your country. Well, I don't know. Here's what I will say. Changing the country is a very, very big task. It's a big job. And the country is built in a way that resists resist directional change. The founders built it to kind of just go and to only have slow course corrections over long periods of time. It doesn't do well with sudden shifts. And so we've been going, well, to me, my left, we've been drifting left now for over a century, really just kind of getting there, and we're turning. So if you want to change the direction of the country, it starts one person at a time. It is not a dramatic shift. It doesn't happen that way. There are events that can push it one way or another, but you can't predict those events. They happen, and they happen over long timelines. So I will humbly say this: if enough people want to change the direction of the country, and all of them start working on themselves and their immediate surroundings, build a family, build a business, reject sort of the trappings of the social zeitgeist, reject the trappings of government suggestions, and do your own thing. If people start doing that in bigger and bigger numbers, and it's going to be a lonely road at first, but the more and more this stuff goes on, the more and more people go, okay, nope, I'm out of the society thing. I'm going to do my own thing. And they work on where they can have impact. And that's the most important thing. I think, this is my opinion, and it very likely is wrong. Very likely is wrong. But you asked me, so you get my answer. Okay. I say you make big change, not by trying to make big change, but you make big changes by making small changes. The small changes are things that you have power and influence over. And if you affect those things, that effect will ripple outward, and it'll probably be amplified by other people. There's how do I talk about this and not get made fun of? But in physics, when you have two waves, right, and they're the same wave length, frequency, or whatever, and they mix, what they do is they actually amplify the amplitude. So they compound with each other if they're the same frequency and the same, and they're happening at the same time. So they build together. That's how I see it. When a bunch of people in small communities start working together and those ripples start combining, the waves get bigger themselves. And that's how it happens. That's how it happens. You can't try to make a big splash unless you have like a massive platform, right? If you're Elon Musk, sure, you could make a big giant splash. None of us are Elon Musk. We're all just random people. And so, in my opinion, if you want to change the direction of the country, and it's the same advice I give for people who are like, I don't know how to do anything with this world, work on you. And then once you're done working on you, work on the people around you in your immediate community that you have influence on. And as you deal with that, it will likely grow. Or it won't, but you'll have worked on you and the people around you, and that'll be good enough. So there you go. Hopefully that answers your question. Robbie McCann says, Ricada Law, have you tried Booker's bourbon? If not, I recommend it. Plus, it's 125 plus proof. I've had some Booker's. I don't know if I've had the same Booker's that you have, but absolutely like it. Would have some more. Sure. Mikey P78 says, all right, nose, let's stop pussyfooting. Flashcast was lit. Can we listen to the spat? It's short like your height. P.S. This for my tug. You can, except I can't. I don't know where it occurred. I know I wasn't on Flashcast. I wasn't listening to Flashcast. So I think I was asleep. I've only read about what happened, but the long story short, there was some sort of disagreement between like Flash and EVS and the quartering. I don't know who was on what side, but it's over this Frosk weirdo from G4 TV. Some people were saying that maybe Jeremy shouldn't talk to her. Jeremy was saying I should talk to her, but now he's not going to talk to her. I don't know. I don't know what the hell it is. Here's my thing with platforms. Nobody is entitled to anyone else's platform. That's it. Period. No one's entitled to it. However, that means that no one can really tell you what to do with your platform. For me, I interview who I want to interview. I don't really concern myself with who might be mad about it. And I don't respond to demands for interviews or demands for access to my platform. So, I do handle things how I want to handle it. And no one should ever take it personally that I interview some person, because believe me, it has nothing to do with you. It's everything about, do I want to talk to this person? So I don't know what happened on Flashcast. I wasn't listening, but it sounds like it was great. I think everybody should listen to it. And also, in general, you should listen to Flashcast. It's a fun show. But that Frost lady seems like a weirdo. Also, Vito got banned on Twitter. Man, I guess it's a shame that Vito was violating the rules. That's too bad. Gosh, they're a platform with rules. And if you got to work within those rules, right, Vito? What did he do? Don't know. Doesn't matter, right? He did something that was against Twitter's very clear rules that he agreed to. Therefore, no one should be sad about it. No one should fight about it. It's not an infringement of free speech, right, Vito? Right? When you do it, it's not, because that's consistency, isn't it? Remember? Oh man, you're just checking the rules. Yeah. Obviously, whatever Vito did or said that got him banned, it's bullshit. Obviously, he does not deserve to be banned. But tried to tell you, you dummy, you fucking idiot. That's what you get, I guess. I don't know. Jammin' Ninja says, you're the reason I went into the legal field as a paralegal. Thank you for being an inspiration. Cheers from Western Canada. Hey, cool, man. Hopefully much success to you in the future. Stephen Crater says, it was a weird day of work without your show in my ears. Instead, I had Viva and the constant honk, honk, honk. Jen Poo says, my mom wanted a dog. My dad wanted a cat. They compromised and got a dog. Slosher says, your description of cats' personalities made me snort whiskey out of my nose. Last time I did that, I was 7 and it was orange soda. This burns more. I thought you were saying last time you did that, it was 7. I was like, we need to have a chat with your dad. If you're snorting whiskey out your nose at 7, we need to give your dad a handshake. Law Nerd Clip says, everyone who has ever wanted to punch Binger in the face should watch my roast of Little Binger video. So check that out. It's on Law Nerd Clips. Very good stuff over on Law Nerd Clips. A lot of it comes from this show, so obviously it's good. Marsupial Gamer says, want to know how to change the country? Run for and take over your local school board, also your city council, but more importantly, go to school board meetings, kick out the commies, take over and institute conservative policies. And Don Travis says, can you toast with me and my BFF Sam? I just popped his cherry with your channel. Love you. Wait a minute. I'm not sure what that means, Don Travis. There's 3 ways I can take that. Okay. So we're going to go through all real quick. I will though. This is Widow Jane, the Vault's 15-year blend of bourbon whiskeys. All right. So Dawn Travis says, toast with you and your BFF Sam. I just popped his cherry with your channel. So either you and Sam had an adult encounter, which is, commendable if you're doing that to this show. I'm all for it. Or you printed out like a printout of the show and shoved it in his ass, and that popped his chair. I don't know if that's what you did. Maybe like that's that, or there's the third possibility, which is just this is the first time that Sam is listening to the show, and you introduced him to the show, and that's what you mean. And so if whatever one it is, to Sam and Dawn Travis, thank you for watching and hanging out with me. Enjoy the absolutely inappropriate jokes. Cheers. It was all three. Okay. And the squid says, can't drink whiskey because I partied too hard in my early 20s and I feel like puking at the mere smell of whiskey. Any rum suggestions? The only rums I like, I'm not a rum drinker. So I got a couple rums in Maui. You can get them in a couple states. It's Kula rum. They have Kula toasted coconut. It's really, really good. It tastes like candy. I don't know. It's really good. But other than that, no, I don't really have good rum suggestions. Not a big rum drinker. The Kraken. Some people say the Kraken rum. I just found Kirk and Sweeney, and it's the best rum so far, and only like $60. Well, there you go. I don't have any better suggestions for you. I don't really have any suggestions. Said the only rums I have are thousands of miles away. And it's not like a snobby thing. It's just I went to the distillery and I wasn't going to go home empty-handed. It's like, oh, okay. And then one more of these, and then we'll get into the proper show. We'll start the show an hour in. Mothership says, could you toast my sister Christy? She's always been there for me, and it's her first time watching. Well, Christy, cheers for always being there for Mothership. She used your name, but not her own. And as we all know, if you don't use your real name on the internet, well, that means you're living in fear of dying. I learned that today from a writer. Just kidding. Cheers, Christy. Welcome to the show, and cheers to Mothership. Thank you for bringing Christy in. May the tainting commence. Kyle Cowden says, I hope the CD I sent you got to you. Yes, it did, Kyle. I'm sorry. I should have let you know. Sable Breeze has been picked up by Pandora. Her EPs, Nothing I'd Rather Do, Sway, and Same Olds are on download and streaming platforms. See her on Instagram. God bless. So yeah, you guys can check out Kyle Cowden's daughter, Sable Breeze, who just got picked up by Pandora. She's a recording artist, and he did send me her CD. Thank you very much for that, by the way, Kyle. I should have acknowledged that earlier. My bad. Grail says, hi, Nick. I was curious if you could make a toast to my mom, Darlene. Passed Friday after a 10-year battle with cancer. She's a Vietnam vet, married for 55 years, stay-at-home mom, raised 3 kids, homeschooled me. She will be missed. Oh, absolutely. Grail, cheers to Darlene. A mother who battled cancer long after battling everything else on the planet. And after fighting for 10 years with cancer, you can simply say she won. She won. Though she may be gone from us, the disease did not take her away. She went away on her own time and her own schedule. And cheers very much to her. Though her absence will leave a hole, it will be filled with the memories that she created with you. To Darlene. Okay. Well, all right. Here, someone pointed out, here is the tweet that I was looking for earlier. So we'll do this. All right. So here's the Free Kyle USA. This is where they tweeted out the bail money fight hearing that we did. So that's cool. That being said, it was down here. Albert Pike says you should have an interview with Nick Rekieta. He's put in some hard work for your cause. Says we were just talking about that happening soon. And then this Shanna person is really, 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 really mad. Shanna has shown up in a couple other things. Right here, this person, Megan, asked about the same thing. And Shanna, again, he was dragging Richards the entire time, though. They're very, this one person he went really hard on Mark. Well, I didn't go hard on Mark. People tried to get a hashtag going with disbar Richards like they did Binger. That wasn't me. That wasn't me. That was other people doing that. All I said was object, Mark, object, Richards. But that's a completely different thing. But anyway, so this is the important tweet. So we were just talking about that happening soon. So hopefully that is real. I would love to interview Kyle very much and get kind of his thoughts on where he goes in the future. Like, what does he do? What's he up to? I mean, I would like to talk to him about some other things too. I guess about the incident and the trial and the sudden celebrity and then all of that stuff. And there's a whole bunch of different things, but really the way I do interviews is simple. I just want to talk to the person. We'll see where the interview goes. I don't go in with a big plan or agenda. I'm not trying to get something certain out of anybody. I just want to see who they are. I want to get to know the person. I think Kyle seems like an interesting guy. He's got a life experience that you just don't get on the average person. Whether he wanted it or not, whether he earned any of it or not, he ended up in a situation that most people will never, ever end up in. And that's fantastically interesting to me. So I would love to interview him about that. Okay. Let's see. Let me get to the spot. I have the video. We have the video. Where is it? Oh, there it is.
A week before trial or the day before trial.
All right. Oh, wait, we need to talk about Ziminski. And then we'll do the Waffle House thing. Here we go. This is from the Kenosha County Eye. The Kenosha County Eye, Kevin Mathewson. He has been a phenomenal source of information about Kenosha County. Oh, you guys want to hear something weird? Since the Rittenhouse trial, Binger has only had one non-Rittenhouse appearance in front of Bruce Schrader. And it was Joshua Ziminski. That's it. He doesn't have any other appearances in Bruce Schrader's court. Just so you know, that's strange. That kind of sounds like Schrader said, "You got brazen with me. Move along." And if you heard the beginning of the bail hearing, Binger gets his stuff right out of the way, says the state agrees with whatever they want to do. Can I go? Can I get out of here? And Schrader says, "Your wish is my command," and he dismisses Binger. Says, You're gone. That was it. It was very quick and short. But Binger doesn't have any appearances in front of Schrader. You can check his calendar on the Wisconsin website. He has appearances in other courts, not Bruce's. So kind of seems like maybe Bruce said, no new issues with you. Kind of. And maybe that has to do with him going on, a podcast. Well, one of two things. Maybe it has to do with him going on a podcast and bad mouthing Schrader, or maybe that's why he felt the permission to go on the podcast and badmouth Schrader was because he knew he would not appear in front of Bruce ever again. So pretty interesting. What's that mean in the future? Well, I mean, it just means that Binger won't be in Schrader's court anymore. A different Kenosha County prosecutor would take it up unless he were to let him back in. But yeah, very, very interesting. I also found out why Krause is such an ornery bastard. Krause is typically the prosecutor on child sexual conduct cases, right? Like, so assault of a minor, rape of a minor, stuff like that. So Krause is normally the guy doing that. So that explains why he's such a shitty, angry person, I think. And maybe Krause deserves a little bit of levity, or not levity, a little bit of leeway. I mean, he certainly deserves a wide berth, right? That's true. But he's out there fighting against pedophiles all the time. And so that's a shit job. That's a shit job. No one wants to do it. But who knows? Did I see the interview of Binger on his best friend's channel? I did. I skimmed through parts of it. I didn't watch the whole thing, but a lot of people asked me to cover it. I didn't want to shit on his best friend, and there was no way I was going to get through that interview without making fun of his friend, and his friend had nothing to do with the case, right? So I didn't want to dump on that guy because of what a piece of garbage Binger was. So I just kind of went, I'm not gonna touch this one. That was my personal call. I know some other channels talked about it more than I did, but that was, yeah, I didn't want to dump on that guy. It had nothing to do with the trial. And again, watching just a few minutes of it, I would have made fun of that guy a lot, and he didn't deserve that. So, okay, here we go. Trial for alleged rioter and arsonist Joshua Ziminski postponed due to allegations of witness intimidation. So here's Ziminski. Here's Ziminski right here. Let's see what Kevin Mathewson wants to say. By the way, guys, if you're looking for up-to-date information on the goings on in Kenosha, especially around the Kyle trial and the hearings that have been around it, the Kenosha County Eye is a great place to go. He's, Kevin Mathewson. When I did the interview with Photo Chad, he was in Kevin's studio. That's how he was able to, that's why he had the equipment and everything was ready to go. So you can check that. You can check out the Kenosha County Eye. Kevin has been following along this whole ordeal. So this is a picture of Joshua Ziminski being taken into custody on Monday. A man with an upside down crucifix tattooed on his forehead, the word sin on his head, and 3 teardrops, and landed himself in jail today for behavior just before his trial was scheduled to start. Ziminski was first charged with his connection to the Kenosha riots of 2020 on October 9th. For the last 479 days, he has been free on an unusually low $1,000 cash bond. After his behavior today, he is likely going to spend the next 2 months in jail, awaiting the new trial date. Kenosha County Circuit Court Bruce Schrader raised Ziminski's bond to $14,000. If Ziminski cannot come up with the $13,000, he will spend his upcoming 37th birthday behind bars. There's some typos on here, Kevin. There's some typos all over this thing. We got this, there's a typo there, there's a typo there. I just sat here telling people to come visit your site. You got to fix the typos. So Wisconsin does not allow a 10% bail amount. So $14,000 means $14,000, not $1,400. In Minnesota, if you get a $14,000 bail, you go to a bail bondsman, you get a $1,400 you probably put down about $1,400, maybe $1,540 because you add in a little kicker for the bail bondsman or whatever, and then you're out. They post the main amount. So in Wisconsin, it's cash bail at the amount. It's not a percentage. His children are now left with both their parents incarcerated. His wife, Kelly Ziminski, had her probation revoked and got jail time for her involvement in the riots. Joshua Ziminski is a career criminal with the following record: violate harassment restraining order, disorderly conduct, conceal weapon, bail jumping, disorderly conduct while armed, bail jumping, concealed carry weapon, possession of THC, misdemeanor disorderly conduct. He was incarcerated from 2007 to 2008, and then again in 2011. Hit and run property damage in 2016, 2017. So then, so here they are. Let's see what happened today. Today's incident. As Ziminski arrived at the Kenosha County Courthouse today, state's witness Nathan Photochad DeBruin arrived and was dropped off by his fiance. Oh, hey. Wait a minute. Nathan, you're getting hitched? Congrats, buddy. This author witnessed what would happen next. Ziminski changed course and approached DeBruin. He shouted at DeBruin to stop multiple times and would yell, "Let me see the photo. That's not me in the photo." DeBruin found his attorney, Terry Rose, and told him what had happened. Attorney Rose made contact with ADA Binger. Ziminski then sat down behind this author. "Are you the Kenosha County Eye?" Ziminski asked. "I don't appreciate you talking shit about me," he told KCE editor Kevin Mathewson. "I don't like you talking shit." Nathan DeBruin, nicknamed Photochad by popular lawyer YouTuber Nick Regatta, hey, what's up, testified at length during the Rittenhouse trial and gained the admiration of many thousands of people around the country. He is known for his witty comebacks when being badgered from ADA James Drouse. DeBruin photographed much of the rioting, looting, and arson, and the Rittenhouse shootings. He photographed much of this, including Ziminski setting fire to a trailer. DeBruin's attorney, Terry Rose, told the judge what happened to his client. "My client's hands were shaking. He's in fear for his life. He is here because he was subpoenaed to testify, and he intends to do that today or any other day." Rose then asked Judge Schrader to lock Ziminski up until trial. This is the guy right here. This is the winner. This is the winner. See, you got the Manson, like fake not Marilyn Manson, Charles Manson crucifix tattoo on your forehead. You got the teardrops. Those are all the bunkers that have been busted, apparently. Schroeder took these allegations very seriously and ordered a nearby deputy to take Ziminski into custody. So based on the vast amount of evidence in the Rittenhouse trial and due to new allegations, he raised Ziminski's bonds to $14,000. A deputy took a statement from DeBruin, who had part of the encounter on video. This author also happened to snap a video of the exchange. Binger is expected to make a decision in the coming weeks if Ziminski will face new charges. Oh, do you have where's the video, Kevin? You got to put the video up. As Ziminski was being led away by the deputy, his mother, who had 3 small children in tow, at least 2 were Ziminski's, began to yell at the judge. "He didn't do anything wrong. All he said was, 'I want to see the photo.'" Deputies had to escort her out of the courtroom also and instruct her to stop yelling. Ziminski will now face a March 28th trial. If convicted, he faces a maximum of 3.5 years in prison. So there you go. That's what happened today. I was hoping to cover the Ziminski trial after jury selection was done. I checked when jury selection was supposed to be going on, and there was nothing there. Apparently, this is why. But the court was not broadcasting at the time. So I was unable to watch it. Let's see. So there's so that's what That's what happened with Ziminski. So his trial's delayed until March. Gives us some time to take a look at it. Let's take a real quick look at the McMichaels story. So this is the federal judge. This is in federal court, right? Arbery case. The McMichaels lost their state court case, and they are going to prison for very long stretches of time. All of them in Georgia. However, they have federal charges as well. So, federal judge rejects the plea deal on hate crime charges in Ahmaud Arbery's killing over sentencing concerns. Oh, what? Should we wait? U.S. District Judge Lisa G. Wood. See the moment judge holds moment of silence for Ahmaud Arbery. Okay, well that's not important. Here we go. U.S. District Judge Lisa G. Wood on Monday rejected the plea deal reached by prosecutors and Travis McMichael on hate crime charges, a plan that would have precluded his federal trial in the killing of Ahmaud Arbery. Earlier, McMichael had agreed to plead guilty to a single hate crime charge, interference with rights, in exchange for prosecutors recommending he serve 30 years in federal prison. So the idea here is to go to Fed prison rather than state prison, because the Fed prison is nicer. Allegedly, it's a nicer hellhole that you get to stay in, and maybe the locals don't hate you as much. I don't know. I don't know. But that is that deal has been rejected. Under the terms of the agreement, McMichael, 36, would have been transferred from a state prison to federal custody. Then, after completing that sentence, be returned to Georgia to finish his life in prison without parole state sentence. 5 of those final years would have counted to his supervised release from federal prison. Not that it matters, because he's going to his state prison for life without parole. He's not getting out. Wood said she was not comfortable with the sentencing guidelines of the agreement. The judge had been expected to rule separately on the same plea deal for McMichael's father, Gregory McMichael, but after the judge's rejection of the son's plea deal, attorneys for both McMichaels asked for more time to decide whether to change their pleas guilty. The next hearing will be Friday. Arbery's mother, Wanda Cooper Jones, was angered by the proposed deal. So here you have a completely different case. You've got federal hate crime charges. So the federal government has to prove not that McMichaels killed Arbery. That's been proven by the state. The state has found both of them guilty of the felony murder and the malice murder. However, for the federal hate crime, they have to prove that they did it because he's black. I don't know what the big deal is on this. Like, you'd think so. If the feds prove that they hate crimed him, I guess the one guy could get life without parole. Also, maybe that's the trick. The guy who's already on life without parole, I mean, it doesn't really matter to him. He's pleading guilty. He's like, yeah, please move me to Fed prison. I don't want to be around these Georgia boys. They hate me. They hate me because I killed a black guy in Georgia, right? So he wants to get out of the state prison, go to the federal prison, and hope maybe they don't care as much there. As for the other guy, he wants to get out at the same time from Fed and state. That's what he wants to do. But they both want to be in federal prison. So the weird thing, though, is like thinking about this. So if the feds win on the hate crime thing, but then they're like, no, stay in state prison, then what the hell was the point? Like, what is the point of wasting all the taxpayer money on this trial? I mean, obviously the feds want to have their say because it's a political trial. Even though, again, according to how the McMichaels conducted their defense, I mean, they walked into the guilty verdict. Whether it's deserved or not is a different story, but how they conducted their defense walked them into that guilty verdict. Now, they do have an appeal point on the judge's reading of the statute. for citizen's arrest. Not a strong appeal point, in my opinion. I think they stay in prison forever. I don't think they're getting out. They're not gonna. There's no Hail Mary miracle on this one. The McMichaels will not. The one will die in prison, if of nothing else than old age. The other one might die in prison because he'll be old, or he is old, and he may be killed. But either of them may be killed in prison. Who knows? But it's completely worthless to do this federal prosecution, in my opinion, because I don't think they're getting out of the state stuff. And if the goal is to do a federal prosecution, you would think the goal would be to put them in federal prison. But it seems like that's not the goal. They want to prosecute them, get a conviction for woke points or whatever, and then keep them in state prison under the sentence they already have. So that's weird to me. Laura says, please stop talking about this injustice. But we have to talk about injustice, right? Like that's what we have to do. That's the point. That's the purpose of having the open and transparent courts. So Arbery's mother says, please listen to me. Granting these men their preferred conditions of confinement would defeat me. It gives them one last chance to spit in my face after murdering my son. I mean, I know she's hurt, but I don't agree with this. Like, well, lady, it doesn't have anything to do with you. An attorney for Arbery's mother previously called federal prison a country club compared to state prison. Really? S. Lee Merritt, why don't you go there? See how the country club looks. See how that goes. Saying the facilities are less populated, have better funding, and are generally more accommodating than state holding facilities, according to tweets from his account. So this is that's what's going on. The trial is scheduled for Monday with the start of jury selection. The case goes to trial. McMichaels each face penalty of life in prison. This is federal, so there's no coverage of it that can be done. The only thing that could happen would be, sort of summary recaps. All three men were charged with one count of interference with rights and one count of attempted kidnapping, according to a federal indictment. So real quick, interference with rights. Let's take a quick look at this. So while aiding and abetting another, they did willfully by force and threat of force, injure, intimidate, and interfere with Ahmaud Arbery, an African-American man, because of his race and color, and because he was and had been enjoying a facility provided and administered by a state and subdivision thereof. So I guess the argument is that they killed him because he was a black man on a road. Specifically as he was running on a public street in the Satilla Shores neighborhood of Brunswick, Georgia. They armed themselves with firearms, got into a truck, and chased Arbery through the public streets of the neighborhood while yelling at Arbery, using their truck to cut off his route, threatening him with firearms. So that is the charge. The other one is interference with rights of Roddy Bryan. And then count 3 is all of them attempted kidnapping, that they tried to kidnap him, which is a little bit weird. Did unlawfully attempt to seize and confine Arbery and hold him for a reward and otherwise for purpose and benefit, and committing an in furtherance of the commission of the offense, used an instrumentality of interstate commerce, a truck. So they used a truck to commit the kidnapping, which apparently was for a purpose and benefit. No one knows what the reward is of the kidnapping here. So that one seems like that'd be harder for them to prove, this element, the reward element of this. But, using, carrying, brandishing, and discharging a firearm during and in relation to a crime of violence. Let's see. Same thing. Here's their forfeiture of their stuff. They have to forfeit their guns and probably the truck and anything else, their clothes and their jock straps or whatever. So there you go. That's the McMichaels. Not a lot to talk about there other than the rejection of the plea deal. They will allegedly go to trial, or they may still plead guilty. But that's where that case ended up. Okay. Kenosha County I. Hey, what's up, buddy? He says typos fixed. I'm embarrassed. Thank you for the shout out. Dude, you got that article up right away after this happened. No need to apologize. I get the luxury of never typing anything. So all of my antics are all done by voice. So I spell everything correctly all the time. But no, everybody should check out the Kenosha County I. Thank you for sending the super chat, man. I appreciate it. Viden the Cold One says, hey, Nick, I get back surgery on the 7th to have a spinal cord stimulator implanted to treat severe nerve pain in my back and leg due to spinal cord damage. It's taken 8 months of tests and doctors wish me luck. Viden, that sounds terrible. But hopefully the terribleness that you suffer will be temporary and the relief will be long-term. Man, that 8 months of tests. Don't you love doctors? Fix me. Well, no, we got to run a bunch of tests. I don't think you need to be fixed. No, seriously, I'm fucking broken. Fix me. Well, I don't know if you qualify. Did you guys see the new thing where doctors are where some medical care facilities are rejecting transplants, like kidney transplants and heart transplants to people who don't get the poke? You guys seeing this shit? Oh, yeah. Well, you didn't get vaccinated. Therefore, you have to die now. Wait, what? What? And the thing that blows my mind is the people out there. So one guy, I'm not going to call him out. He follows me on Twitter. I don't know if he watches the show. If you do, you know who you are, you motherfucker. Okay? One guy said this, which blew my fucking mind. He said, well, yeah, of course they're being denied a transplant. They're not complying with medical advice. Excuse me? Complying with medical advice? Hold up here. Complying? Your doctor. I don't care if it's your family practitioner, if it's the proctologist putting his finger in your butthole. I don't care if it is the number one Ben Carson brain surgeon fixing whatever. Your doctor. Let's get this very clear to all the doctors out there, to all the hospitals, to all the medical clinics, to all the government. You, say it with me now, are a fucking store. You are a Walmart, a Target, or whatever that dispenses the drugs and the medical procedures. You are a store. You're a humble doctor merchant. That's all you fucking are. You do not get to make me comply with a goddamn thing. Fuck you if you think that you can force a medical procedure of any kind on me. I give you the money. You do the fucking thing I need. That's how this works. I don't know when we inflated doctors to this elevated, vaunted religious status where we need to come kiss the goddamn ring to get some Sudafed up in this bitch. I don't know when this happened. I don't know why I have to go through all these damn hoops. Like, look, if you've got insurance, sure, there's like another layer of whatever. I'm saying if I want to take my $1,000 and go buy a prescription drug, I should be able to go to the doctor and buy a prescription drug. I don't need you. Look, you have the degree to make sure I don't die. That's where your medical advice is. Your medical advice goes, this will kill you. And if it doesn't kill me and I want it, you should be writing the prescription. You should be doing the procedure. Yes, I'm talking about elective surgeries. Look, I don't care what you want to do. I don't care if you want to have a doctor chop your leg off at the knee and attach it to your nipples. Whatever you want, like, go ahead. They are a store. They're a store. And we're treating them like they're God. No. This shit has to stop. Comply with your doctor. By the way, I love my doctor very much. Great doctor, wonderful doctor. Really, I've met tremendous doctors in my life. Some of them are good people. Some of them aren't people, but some of them are good people. Look, I don't care how wonderful your doctor is. I really don't. They're a store. That's it. And guess what? I know too many people with advanced degrees to be impressed by an MD, like any particular MD. Most of the MDs are just like you or me. By the way, they know some level of their craft, and on everything else, just like you and I are, they're retarded because it's just an advanced degree. And in fact, they may be more retarded than the guy next door because they've spent so much time focusing on medicine that they haven't had time to focus on literally anything else. We've got to stop with this shit. We have got to stop this. They're a store. I am the science. I am the science. When you're attacking me, you're attacking science, Mr. Rand Paul. No, fuck you, Fauci. Fuck all these people. Stop it. Get some damn humility in your lives. You're just a person with an advanced degree. Nothing else. There's a million more of you. There's a million dumber doctors than you. But that means they all got accepted to the school too. And they all passed, just like you did. Just like I did. Think I'm special because I'm a lawyer? Lawyers are idiots. Bunch of terrible people running around with an authoritative degree that somehow people worship. No, stop it. Stop. I cannot believe anybody would say, well, they didn't comply with medical advice. You comply with advice. Listen to the language. It's advice. It's a suggestion. By the way, you should get vaccinated. No, thank you. I appreciate it. That should be the discussion. Or, you know what? I agree with you. I'll take one. I'll take one shot in the arm, please. Merchant of shots, because you're literally just a merchant. And by the way, the overwhelming majority of doctors are just reading the CDC website and going with what they say. I mean, that's how it goes. They got to practice to run. They've got to practice to run. So that's a simple thing. You know, when you walk into a Best Buy and he says, you know what? You look like you could use a 70-inch Sony Bravia TV. And you either go, I disagree with you, but I appreciate the suggestion. Or you say, you know what, sir? I agree. A 70-inch Sony Bravia TV would look great on my wall. That's it. That's how stores work. That's how doctors work too. It's that simple. At least it was until 2 years ago. Now it's not so simple anymore, but it's supposed to be. Comply with medical fucking advice. Are you serious? Brian Moe says, I go through this shit every time I see a doctor and they say, and they see that you're a smoker. He says, you should really quit smoking. I know, but I enjoy it. He says, exactly. That's the relationship you should have. It's like your dentist who's like, how often are you flossing? You're like 5 times a day because you lie, right? You tell them, I flossed while driving. I flossed in the lobby. I flossed while I sat down in the chair. You weren't looking. And they're like, well, you floss 5 times a day. That's really impressive. You're going to need to floss 6 times a day. I'm going to need you to floss 6 times a day. I kid you not. The dentist is great. So I used to go into the dentist and he's like, oh, you gotta floss more often. And then I started drinking whiskey and I didn't floss any more often. In fact, I flossed less, but I was drinking whiskey all the time. And I went in the dentist like, you're doing great with flossing. I'm like, you're right. It's fantastic. I'm good at flossing. Hold on. Let me show you how. Flossed. There you go. Simple. By the way, that's when you know you're a professional drinker and maybe have a problem is you can slosh whiskey around in your mouth without any trouble. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. I ignored the advice of my doctor. Okay. Back to the very serious stuff that was going on. Skullgar Thane says, don't tell Nick he's popular. It'll go to his head, or more accurately, his nose. Don't worry. If it goes to my nose, there's plenty of room there. Taco the Turtle says, thanks. Hey, you're welcome, Taco. Can we talk about this? I made a tweet. I think it was yesterday. And it was a true tweet. The USA started to fail when we started shoving shit into bread sideways like it's a taco. The superior Subway cut is the U-gouge, right? You go cut around, you make a boat, and then you put things in and you put the bread back on top. That's the superior Subway sandwich that Subway has done. Other places have never done a U-gouge, and they never should. That was the Subway thing. But this is the important part. Subway stopped doing that. Instead, they take the bread and they cut it almost to the end. What they do is a technique in chefery called butterflying. They butterfly basically a baguette, which rhymes with the founder of Subway. They butterfly the bread. So it's connected by this thin membrane of bread particles between the two. Here's the issue. When you do this, you are not building a sandwich. You are stuffing a bread taco that at the end of the day, it looks like this. Your bread is like this, and you've got shit spilling out the top of it. And then you've got all bread down on the one side. And this is dumb. So when you approach the sandwich, right, you're like, okay, I'm going to eat this sandwich. If you bite on the left, like a commie would, the meat and the vegetables and shit will launch out the right side. I guess if you turn your sandwich over and eat it upside down like a Philistine, it would be the other way. Or I guess if you start with the other half of your sandwich, then we're not going to talk about it. You know what I mean? If you bite bread side, especially if you put mayo or any sort of like ranch or whatever on the bread. Oh, and don't even get me started on the fact that they put the dressing on top of your sandwich, which is, not on the top because it's not a taco, it's a sandwich. They put it on the side of your sandwich. Think about the construction of a Subway sandwich in your mind right now. Jimmy John's too. Don't you fucking dare even at me with Jimmy John's. They do the same shit. If Subway, they fill this thing, and then they squirt the dressing, and it's on the side of the sandwich. When you look at it, when they close it up, all the mayo is on the outside. It's ridiculous. This doesn't make any sense. So then you've got to turn it this way, because otherwise, if you bite it, it launches sideways. So you got to bite this way. So gravity helps keep your fixing. If you're going to do this, Subway, cut the fucking bread in half all the way. Don't leave little bits or whatever. Get a bread guillotine and just chop that shit in half and then stack the stuff up like every fucking sandwich on the planet prior to your stupid idea to cut almost all the way through. This doesn't make sense. Why would you ever do that? A sandwich is built. It is an art. It is not stuffed. It is built layer by layer, carefully and wonderfully. If you don't build a sandwich, you just have a bread taco. And that's stupid. Bread tacos are stupid. That's all I'm saying. Okay. True Nana Shabbat, bad pressure, bad cafeteria says, there's the rant I was looking for. Thank you. I think that was in response to Fauci, not in response to the sandwich. Although sandwich one is maybe more important. This is the pressing interest of our time. Mr. C says, have you been in a hospital in the last 10 years? It's like being in jail. Yes, it's terrible. Usually it's the kids. Because I haven't been to a hospital for me, I don't think, in a while. Because yeah, my stuff was like knee surgery, so that was outpatient, or a specialist facility. My kids though would get like RSV or whatever when they're infants, and then they got to be on the little oxygen or whatever just to make sure everything's okay. But it's like prison. You can't leave, you can't do anything. It's weird. Luke Pearson says, if they're a store, how are they not able to distribute a sparse resource according to their own decisions? That's a good question. Why? Why can't they do that? Why can't they do that? It's silly. Oh, I see what you're saying, though. You're saying that their decisions are the transplant thing. Well, here's why. We're talking about two different things. Here's why. When you're a store and the government has said you're the only store that can do this. You're the only store that can do transplants that save lives. You in this network of stores, then suddenly you now have to have rules put on you because you've been granted a monopoly. That's it. You got in bed with government. You got a monopoly. And then now you have to abide by government restrictions. That's how it should go, by the way. If we're going to let anybody have any sort of monopoly, looking at you telecom companies or big tech or whatever, if we're going to get government edicts to go ahead and grant licenses to do this stuff, then you're going to have to deal with a little bit of freedom on the part of everybody else. You're accepting a role because you're getting protected by the government. Your business is now under government protection. And if you're under government protection, then you need to accept all comers. And I'm sorry, but a vaccine mandate for COVID has nothing to do at all with a kidney transplant or heart transplant or anything else. I also 100% believe 100% believe that the government has a role in that requirement for the shot, for a transplant. And if you think it doesn't, well, I've got a bridge to sell you. People got made fun of for saying death panels were coming under the Patient Protection Affordable Care Act, even though they were literally written into the bill, just not with the word death panel. But rationing of care was written into the bill, had its own nice setting, a nice subheading, had its nice subheading and a whole section dedicated to it. If you don't think that the government has its hand in this shit, I don't know what to tell you. Healing Montana Nana says, if compliance is the prerequisite for life-saving medical treatment, when is dialysis denied to obese, non-compliant diabetics? Yeah, it should never be. Medical care should not be denied to people because, again, in a free market, in a free medical market, we wouldn't have this issue, right? We don't have a free medical market. You have to have permissions and licensure to do all of this stuff. You have to have government accreditations. We have the feds telling doctors that they're not doctors because they disagreed with the CDC, for example. We have people getting their licenses suspended or revoked for prescribing a particular drug that can't be talked about on YouTube very well. It's ivermectin. Doctors were prescribing this. Their licenses were put in jeopardy and in some cases suspended or revoked because they had a different approach. Where's that whole medical freedom? That's gone. It's gone. So if you are going to exert control over the market, then you have to accept all comers. That's the way it goes. That's how it has to be. I would prefer if anybody could set their own rules, right? This shop says, nope, you got to get the jab to get a transplant. The other shop says, hey, wait, we'll do it without the jab. We may charge an extra $200 or $1,000 or whatever it is. We'll do that. We'll get you a kidney. We'll get you a kidney. We got a lot of homeless guys around here. We'll get you a kidney. That free market doesn't exist anymore. And if you're struggling with this concept, think of it this way. In a free market, in a truly free market, you wouldn't have any laws about discrimination or whatever. Whatever sandwich shop wants to sell to only Asians or whatever, like make ramen buns or something, they can do that. They can do their Asian only shop. They could say, we don't want black people. You can do whatever you want, right? That's the free market at work. We don't have a free market. You need a business license. You need health inspections. You need all of this shit. You need permission. Think about the society we live in. It is crazy town. You need permission from your government to open a business. That's dumb. That's backwards. The government needs permission from us. They derive their power from us. But now we have to go beg and grovel to a board of people who've never opened a business in their life to ask for permission to open a shop, to put up a sign. That was the funniest thing when I opened my law office. I got a stupid, crappy, just a sign that went on, over the door. And I call up the printing shop and I'm like, hey, I want to buy a sign. They're like, did you get permission? What the fuck are you talking about permission? Oh, did you get permission to put up the sign? I own the place. I mean, you talking about from my landlord? Like I rented it. It says I can put up a sign in the lease. They're like, no, from the city. What the fuck does the city have to do with it? But you have to get permission just to put up a sign. You want to put up one of those little banners, like a stupid flag thing that leans out, has your business name on it. Got to get permission. This is in small town. This is in rural towns. You have to have this shit. You have to do so much to open a business. They shut down kids' lemonade stands. A lemonade stand. Oh, you don't have a business license. Well, you better have a bulletproof vest. Get off my property. Insanity. But Sheldon Hall says, I just opened a sign business, literally registered with my town today. It's the thing about how backwards it is. You have to go tell your town. Oh, by the way, I'm opening a business. I hope it's okay with you guys and pay the permit. Permit. That's not how we do things. We don't have to ask our government for permission. That's not how it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be, if you fuck up, if you break the law, if you do the thing that you're not supposed to do, that's different. But everything else is supposed to be permissive. The presumption is that you're doing the right thing. That's what it's supposed to be. It's no longer there. I think that's crazy to me. Cheeto Dictator says, Nick, you're my spirit animal. Emphasis on animal. Kidda says, new YouTube censorship just dropped. People blocked from viewing Canadian trucker protest streams due to limited creator history. Hit all major live streams. Check out InfoLib News on Twitter for more info and screenshots. No, I saw him. Yeah. Please subscribe to help grow this user's thing. Wait, you're taking away virality? Taking away virality. YouTube is more and more becoming a curated platform. It's weird to see, man. it's really weird to see YouTube becoming a curated platform. So I tweeted about this other thing earlier. Holy shit. I'm ranting too much. But it's in the same vein. It's not the same thing at all. But as you know, we're now past midnight. So it's officially Black People Month. Thank God. Black People Month. For 1 month, for 28 days, the shortest month we could possibly find, we decided to recognize that Black people exist. For just 1 month, you're welcome to the Blacks. Your benevolent white leaders decided to give you the shortest month of the year. You're welcome. What can I say except you're welcome? You're welcome. Have fun being Black for 28 days. We have mandatory caring about you existing. And then after that, everybody gets to just government permission to fuck off and not care about you. It's insane to me that we do this. I go with the Morgan Freeman approach, right? You've seen the interview by now with Morgan Freeman where the guy's like, what about Black History Month? And Morgan Freeman's like, I don't want it. I don't want it. The guy's like, what do you mean? He says, well, do you want White History Month? He said, well, I'm Jewish. And he said, well, fine. Do you want Jewish History Month? He says, no. He says, I don't want Black History Month. I don't want it. It does. Why are we doing this? Why do we do this every year? But anyway, in compliance with the government's Black History Month that we've just decided exists, and again, it gave him the shortest month. Could you be less like give him July or something? Give him a real month with some fucking days in it. Like do something. Poor Black people always getting the shaft. God, we would have a Women's History Month if we could find 1 month with 70% of the days of the other months, but we can't. So the women don't get a month, and they're happier about that. So anyway, good God. In compliance, YouTube has a Black Voices Creator Fund where every year they send various Black YouTubers to a camp based on their Blackness, and then they promote their channels to help the Black people succeed. I'm not like, I didn't know this existed, right? I didn't know about this because who cares? I get an email, dear YouTube creator, and I'm like, oh, cool. YouTube creator email. This could be interesting. And instead, what I see is, no, it's not interesting. In fact, it's discrimination by YouTube falsely promoting Black channels. They specifically mentioned Black lawyers. And I'm like, wait a minute. So YouTube is out there promoting my competition. Now, I actually don't see other YouTubers as competition because the way YouTube works, the only time there's any sort of actual competition is when you're live streaming at the same time as someone else. And most of the time, when you're friendly with people, you try and avoid that stuff. I mean, sometimes it can't be helped, right? Like if I'm streaming 9 straight hours doing a trial and someone else starts up a stream, I mean, of course that doesn't bother me. And I only hope the fact that I'm streaming a trial doesn't bother them because I'm obviously not doing it to get in their way. But if I'm watching a trial live, I mean, I'm watching a trial live. That's what I'm doing. Right. But so the only time you're competing though is when you're live streams or you're literally competing for views. Other than that, I mean, you can just watch one video after the other. It doesn't matter. But so I say that tongue in cheekly, but here, let me pull this up. This was crazy to me when you really think about what the fuck is going on. Here you go. Look at this. Look at this shit. US and Canada, hashtag YouTube Black Voices Creator Class of 2022. Last year, we announced our first class of 133 creators and artists from around the world who went on to hit subscriber milestones, be nominated for the NAACP Image Award, lead meaningful discussions related to Black life and culture, become full-time YouTube creators, and produce a Juneteenth special. So look at all this shit that they got to do because they got promoted internally by YouTube. YouTube spent money on 133 creators, and believe you me, the one thing you would want is to be on YouTube's promote list. Holy shit. Wait, so the people who control the algorithm, the people who control search and discovery, have picked me? This is what every YouTube creator would want. And these creators got picked because they were Black. Okay. So they're doing it again this year with 40 creators from the US and Canada are adventurers, lawyers, tech experts, comedians, yogis, teachers. Let's check out this lawyer. Because believe it or not, there it is.
So this is one of the things, and I've never talked.
Shut the fuck up, Will Smith. Angela Rye, 95.3 thousand subscribers. Angela Rye is probably they probably picked an up and coming viral YouTube lawyer celebrity, right? Who's really just hitting the hard issues and doing all sorts of great content that people love. Let's check those numbers. Oh, okay. 1,500 views, 2,100 views, 2,900 views, 3,200 views, 2,200 views. Will Smith on the fucking channel, 1,500 views, 1,100, 1,300, 2,500, 500 views. $100,000, 95,000 subs. Here we go. This country needs healing. 35,000 views 9 months ago. They had a hit. I mean, this is who they're picking. Holy shit. Now, obviously, Angela Rye, this is announced today. 10 days ago is her most recent video. A month ago before that, she's doing nothing, right? No engagement. Nothing at all. But, here. But this was just announced. This was today. Or no, a couple days ago. This is a couple days ago. Sorry, I just got the email. I just saw the email today. A couple days ago. So now you can bet your ass that 100,000 subscribers is going to go to a class and they get artificially promoted by YouTube. Watch that channel explode. For what? Oh, by the way, she's a CNN contributor. You wonder why they picked her? Because, I mean, they could pick, there's another lawyer out there who's Black. There's actually two. One of them's doing really, really crazy that you don't know. His live streams blow up. He's a family law lawyer, Black guy, and his live streams are really, really popular. I don't remember his name. Nate, of course, is the guy to go to on the women's U.S. soccer team. Breonna Taylor, his channel has been doing phenomenally, organically growing. Doesn't have YouTube's help. I said they picked this weird CNN lawyer. What for? Oh, wait, CNN lawyer. That's right. That makes some sense. Okay, now I get it. Now I get why they picked Angela Rye. Right? Now I get it. But yeah, they have all 40 of them listed. If you want to, if you're interested in seeing who they picked, they have Cat Black on here, for example. A bunch of fucking people I've never heard of. I've heard of Cat Black, but that's the only person on this that I have heard of. But yeah, Kang Gaming. Let's see what's his channel. 135,000. Oh man, here we go. Here's another one. Kang Gaming. Look at this. We've got another, just a banger of a channel. 135,000 subscribers. Look at this engagement we've got going on here. 450 views, 1,500 views, 790 views, 2,800. That was good. 5 days ago, we got 2,800 views. 704, 2,200, 2,800. I mean, so the reason I bring this up is not actually to shame these creators. A lot of people make a lot of videos on YouTube that aren't popular or whatever. They don't take off. It's a hard thing. It's luck. It's luck and showing up. That's YouTube. You want YouTube success? Show up every fucking day and then get lucky. That's it. That's what you do. Show up every day and you get lucky. I'm not hating on these creators at all. But here's the deal. They're throwing good money after bad. They're throwing money and investment into people who are making content that people don't want to watch. There's 135,000 people subscribed to this guy, and nobody wants to watch it. None of those 135,000 people are clicking on the videos. Why? Why is that? And that might not be his fault. He might do good content. I don't know. But YouTube is going to try and force it with these creators. That's what they're going to try and do. They're going to push it. Cat Black. I've heard of Cat Black. 446,000 subscribers. How's her videos doing? She's doing okay. She's actually getting the type of engagement you would expect. So I guess good job there. That's probably a creator they should invest in. Who's this? Nathan Zed? He's been making videos for over a decade. Holy shit. 754,000 subscribers. He's doing, and his videos do really well. So there's another one that's good. That makes some sense, I guess. Some of these other ones just don't to me. But none of it actually makes sense. When you really get down to it, none of it makes sense because, picking a group of people to promote based on their skin color, I thought was the bad thing to do. I thought that we determined a while ago that picking people based on color was wrong. I must have missed the memo where they changed that. All right. We've covered what we need to cover. Let's do this. 1 hour, 34 minutes, 55 seconds. Hold on. I'm trying to get to the spot real quick.
See, before the fact, this filed with the.
Tell you that the indictment is not.
Okay. What I need to do, by the way, I know what I need to do, and I'll have to do it at some point. I need to put, so apparently Law and Crime, one thing that they were mad about was the fact that I left their logo on the stream. Right? They were upset with this, which I thought leaving their logo on the stream was actually like what they would want. To me, I thought they would want the logo on the stream. So what I'm going to work on is to put something over the Law and Crime logo. I'm not going to do it tonight, but I have an idea. I have an idea of exactly what they want, because what they wouldn't want people confused. This was a really stupid law Twitter theory was, it's trademark infringement. It's actually That's how you tell someone you don't know what trademark infringement is without telling them that you don't know what trademark infringement is. Trademark infringement requires a likelihood of customer confusion. I don't think anybody at all was likely to confuse what I was doing watching a video like this, where the Long Crime logo's down here, and it's actually on the Ricada Law channel, and I'm talking and calling them cucks and stuff. And here I can do this for now so that you can't even see it. That's not trademark infringement. I'm not representing that this is a law and crime production. No one ever was. No one would be fooled that these were the same thing or that this was a law and crime channel or anything like that. So that wasn't what was happening. But if they don't want their trademark being on screen, I have an idea of exactly how to remedy this problem. Should I do it? I can't do it right now, but we'll do it. We'll do it soon. I know exactly what to do. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. Okay. Luke Jarvis says, cheers, mate, from the land that does not exist. Ceterum autem senso socialismum esse delendum. I don't know. I don't speak fucking Latin. Latin's a dead language and Australia's a dead country. Sauerkraut says, tomorrow's headline, Wisconsin man rants for hours about the inefficiency of how Subway sandwiches are built. More on this at noon. Well, they would get it wrong. I'm a Minnesota man, not a Wisconsin man. Richard Pask says, hate mandates of all kinds. However, transplants, in my opinion, are different due to their inherent limited supply. They have to give to patients the best chance of survival, and vax patients have a better chance of survival. I disagree. I don't think we have any data to support that vax patients have a better chance of survival than unvaxxed patients. And if you disagree with that with me, that's fine. But know that we're both working off the same data set of 0 effectively. There's no comparative data set between vaxxed and unvaxxed post-transplant survival rates. I'm not talking about the general YouTube. To be very clear, I am not talking about the effectiveness of the vaccine in general or anything like that. I'm not giving medical advice. I'm saying there hasn't been enough time. There is not current study data on post-transplant mortality between vaxxed and unvaxxed. We do not have the data set yet. When we do, happily, we'll talk about it. But for now, we don't have it. And part of the reason that we don't have it is because they're not letting unvaxxed people get transplants. So how would we know the mortality rate? But yeah, I don't accept that is that they have a better chance of survival inherently. The overwhelming chance of survival is high already. So True Nana Shabbat, bad pressure, bad cafeteria says, fine, here's more for the sandwich rant. Very important and more entertaining. Jason Schreiner says, it isn't a U-gouge, but the gutting of the bread that Herbert's and Gerbert's does, it makes an edible sandwich. Subway is dead to me. I hate wearing sandwich toppings. Yes, Herbert's and Gerbert's, I like them. I also like that they gut the bread and they put the gut on the top. They're like, here you go. Here's all the goodness that we took out of the bread, because we know the inside of the bread's, it's really delicious. But we needed to make room for ingredients. So here you go. Here's the top of the bread for you, sir. Have a good day. I like an Herbert and Gerbert sandwich. Pretty good. Insignificant Nat says, the organ is the donors, not the hospital. They're just the middleman. I didn't agree to this shit when I signed the card. Well, that's the question, right? Can you implement in a living will that your organ donation will only go to someone who's not vaccinated, for example? How would you know if they honored it? You're dead. Tina says, I'm glad you're introducing your new audience to your sandwich craziness. Sandwich correctness, asterisk. I worked at a deli for 10 years, so I'm an expert, and we all know you need to listen to the experts, and your views on sandwiches are fringe, dangerous, and lies. Tina, get out. You get the hell out of my house. Get out. Your sandwich heresy is not welcome here. You do not get to make dogma. I am the Martin Luther of sandwiches, Tina. I will post my theses on your fucking door. I will hammer nails into that glass. Get out. Razor 390 says, okay, send B. Ivory Lamar and Justin Trudeau to the YouTube Black Creator Focus Camp or whatever. Jason McConnell says, Trudeau is hiding at Black YouTube Camp. Actually, he's at Harrington Lake, Canuck Camp David. ASO says, companies sell pre-made YouTube channels with 100,000 plus subscribers. Biden the Cold One says, has upgraded to lawyer status. Thank you, Biden. You could just buy YouTube channels? Why would you do that? That's weird. That's weird to me. Okay. Let's see this. This is the opening statements in the Waffle House trial. I named this video. I named it. Look at me. I'm the video namer now. Here we go. This is a prosecution. I waited way too long to start this. Start talking. Start talking, lady.
No one was expecting it. None of the 22 people that were in
Get on the fucking microphone. Oh my God. I can't turn this up because it's a media player.
the path of Travis Reinking at the Waffle House at 3571 Murfreesboro Road, none of those 22 people were expecting the mayhem and destruction that Travis Reinking.
Let's do it this way. Hold on. We'll use that as a backup. Here we go. We'll do it this way. Already seems louder.
No one was expecting.
Nope. Hold on. I'm going to crank it up. I got you, fam.
It. None of the 22 people that were in the path of Travis Reinking at the Waffle House at 3571 Murfreesboro Road, none of those 22 people were expecting the mayhem and destruction that Travis Reinking had planned for them. Now, about 10, 15 minutes earlier at that Waffle House, there weren't near as many people. There were only 10 people inside just a few minutes before. That Waffle House location was actually new. There was another Waffle House further down Murfreesboro Road that was always extremely busy. Several of those 22 people actually went to that Waffle House first and decided to go to this new location. And in those early hours of 3 a.m. on that Saturday night, early Sunday morning, April 22nd, 2018, there were only 6 customers that had been in the Waffle House. There was a couple, Lawrence Wells and his girlfriend Amaya Harris. They're sitting on the far side of the restaurant. This Waffle House was set up just like every other Waffle House. You walked in, there's a long counter with a bar. To the right, there are 3.
Okay, let's get this out of the way. Get a fucking lapel mic. Get on the microphone. Get on the microphone or get a lapel mic. Get up there, grab that fuzzy robot penis and put it by your mouth and talk into it. For God's sake.
3 booths in the bathrooms. You go to the left, there are 3 booths, and then you could go behind the counter where where the cooks and the employees would be. So Lawrence Wells and Amaya Harris, they're over on the left near that kitchen entrance. There's a booth right next to them, a married couple, Brittany and Matthew Cordova. They're sitting there. And all the way across the restaurant, there are two friends.
This isn't for me, by the way. I'm not talking about the audio for me. I'm talking about for the benefit of the jury. The jury is hearing the courtroom speakers and her. Some of the jury may be hearing impaired and wearing headphones that are hooked up to the courtroom audio. Get on the fucking mic. Get on the mic.
That are sitting together. Trayvon and Bart, Mike Bart. They're there just having a good time with their friends and loved ones. And in those early morning hours, more people start to arrive. Aquila De Silva, him and his older brother, Abede De Silva, they show up, they're with their girlfriends. They had been out that night. Aquila is with his girlfriend, Shantia Wagner. Abede is with his girlfriend, Alexis Lane. And Abede will testify as well as Shantia, and they'll tell you that they actually were tired. They had been out that night. They were tired. They were hungry. They just stopped to get some food because they were ready to go home.
You don't go to a Waffle House. You end up at a Waffle House. Abede and Shantia, they're going to tell you about how they ended up at a Waffle House. Renal Ryan says, if you die from getting sick after a transplant, it would be from other complications, not the sickness itself. Also, the vaccines are wonderful for transplant patients due to already suppressed immune systems. There you go. It definitely says wonderful and not less effective. Again, not medical advice. I'm not a doctor. That was a super chat. Angry Bellsprout says, have you seen the lead attorney? That's the guy I was talking about. Very popular black family law attorney who's out there right now doing blowing up on live streams. That's who. Thank you, Angry Bellsprout, for mentioning him. That guy seems to be really going strong.
And actually, Shantia Wagner will testify, and she'll tell you that she didn't even want to go inside. She was so tired. But she had actually never eaten at a Waffle House before. And so she didn't know what was on the menu. And they said, come inside and find something to order on the menu.
Waffles. Spoiler alert.
The four of them, they sat in chairs with their backs to the parking lot as they were waiting for their food. Diebony Rose and her best friend, Sharita Henderson. Sharita was actually older than Diebony. They were like sisters. They were actual sorority sisters, but they were so close that they were like sisters. The two of them show up, they walk in, they actually go to the bathroom first, but then they sit in that first booth, right by the front door. The two of them, they've been having fun. There were sorority events that whole weekend, and they're making jokes.
Can we just, they're not sorority events anymore. Aren't they horrority events now? Isn't that what it is?
Sharita Henderson will testify, and she'll tell you that they were actually singing Jesus Loves Me as they sat down and were looking at the menus.
They sat down in a Waffle House and started singing, and they had to be shot by a crazy guy and not literally everybody else at the Waffle House.
This is something that they did. DeMarcus Wiggins, he comes in out of the parking lot, and he's standing there by the jukebox waiting to order because now it's really getting busy. You'll also hear from Kayla Shaw. She was there with her two cousins, Chelsea Owens and Alexis Peebles. Alexis and Chelsea, they stayed in the car because, again, at this point, they're tired. They just want to get some food because everybody's kind of ready to go home, but they were hungry. And they sent Kayla Shaw in to pick up their to-go order. You will see Kayla standing there.
Stop playing with your button.
She's wearing a pink shirt.
She didn't even get it buttoned. You're sitting there fucking around with your button on your jacket and you didn't get it buttoned. What's wrong with you? Oh. when you're wearing a suit, let me help you. When you stand up, you button one button, typically the top button of your suit jacket. When you sit down, you unbutton your one button. That's all you have to do. Don't fidget around with it, because I don't even know what she was saying about the McMichaels and the DeMarciuses and all of the weird names that she's throwing out, because I'm sitting there staring at her, messing with her button, and it's distracting. Don't do it.
She's standing right there at the bar, and she's standing there just waiting for her food. And then you will see there are 5 employees that were working that night: Douglas Lauderdale, Wanda White, Virginia Stanley, and there are 2 cooks, Michael Shaw and Torian Sonderland. You'll see a moment where Torian, he goes to walk out to take his smoke break. And I think it's right before Torian walks around, you'll see Amaya Harris get up from her table, and she walks to the bathroom. Travis Reinking arrives at 3:19. 3:19 and 30 seconds, he pulls into that back entrance and drives into the parking lot. He's already there. When Travis Reinking pulls in, he doesn't park in just any spot. He parks right at the front. He parks in a handicap spot right at the front door where he has a view of everything. 2 walls of the Waffle House are floor-to-ceiling windows, so he can see everything. He sees that moment when Amaya walks to the bathroom. He sees Torian walking. Now he sits and parks in that front handicap parking spot, and you'll see.
Does he have a handicap tag?
Brendan McMurray pull in his white Jeep. You'll see his friend James Shaw Jr. pull in his red truck. They park, they get out of the car, and again, they're friends, they're together, they're having fun, they're cracking jokes as they're walking into the Waffle House. And they see Travis Reinking in the truck sitting there before they go in. The 2 of them come in and they're seated at the bar. You'll see Amaya walk right past them, and you'll see Torian walk out the front door to take his smoke break. And James Shaw Jr. and Brendan Murray will tell you that they were just having a good time. They saw Michael Shaw, the other cook, he kept stacking plates up on a shelf, and he was stacking them so high that they were joking because they thought that they were going to fall. And it's at that moment that outside, that another person that wasn't planning to be there that night, Joe Perez Jr., 20 years old. He's from Texas. He had only been in Nashville for 4 months. And he wasn't there to eat, he wasn't there to have fun. Something was actually wrong with one of his tires. And he pulls in right by the Waffle House sign, and he's outside of his car trying to figure out what's going on with his car. And it's right at 3:23 and 50 seconds that Joe Perez Jr. goes to walk into the Waffle House.
This is a thing prosecutors do when they want to make, like, what was important, like the precision of that time. 3:23 and 50 seconds. Who fucking, like, it doesn't matter. Like, it's a technique that prosecutors use to draw import to a timestamp, but it's not actually real. There's no import to that timestamp. It ends up being important, but there's nothing. It's not like that timestamp coordinates with something, right? That would matter if you've got multiple attacks at like same time, putting together like a big conspiracy terrorism case or something. But they do this all the time. And then at precisely 3:58 and 12 seconds, that's when he goes into the subway to complain about the U-gouge one last time, right? Like that's That's how they always do it. But there's nothing important about that time. It's like, it's a shitty, bad borrowed storytelling technique.
And as he walks by Travis Reinking's car, you will see Travis Reinking grab an assault rifle out of the front seat of his truck, and he immediately points it at Joe Perez Jr. He fires at him multiple times, no hesitation at all. He strikes him 4 times. One of them strikes Joe in the neck, the left side. One strikes him in the left back, one in the right shoulder. And the 4th strike is a devastating head injury that shatters his skull. You will see surveillance video and you will see that Joe Perez Jr., he immediately falls to the ground. Immediately.
Not later.
Unable to move. And you will see Travis Reinking fire another round at his body on the ground. Travis Reinking does not hesitate 1 second. He takes the rifle, and Torian Zonderland, who actually has begun to run towards Travis Reinking, he aims and begins shooting directly at him. Torian quickly changes course and runs down the sidewalk away from him, running for his life. But he doesn't make it. He is struck 7 times.
Damn.
7 times, twice in the chest. You will hear from the medical examiner in this case, and he will describe to you that one of the gunshot wounds to Torian's chest had stippling, which indicates he was in close proximity, as if he is running towards the shooter. But that all of his injuries, 2 gunshot wounds to the chest, 2 to the back, he's struck in his thigh, he's also struck in the neck, and again, he is struck in the head with a devastating gunshot wound to the head, and he immediately falls to the ground. 7 gunshot wounds. Travis Reinking fired 15 rounds.
God, they need to teach storytelling. They need to tell people how to tell a story. This chick does not know how to tell me a story. This is 2 men being shot to death at a fucking Waffle House. They're outside. This guy stops. He stops at a Waffle House to change his tire because he's having trouble with his car, right? He pulls in, of all places, he's like, you know what? I know there's going to be people at a Waffle House. Maybe someone can help me out. I don't know. I don't know if my spare works or whatever. So he stops and he pulls over, and that's when he gets out of the car. And this weirdo naked guy pops out of his SUV, penis flapping in the wind, and he starts unloading round after round towards Mr. Perez. He strikes him 5 times, 5 rounds into this guy. He's just standing there. This man stopped to get help. And instead he's greeted with a naked man and bullets. A naked man and a hail of gunfire. He catches one right in the head. It shatters his skull. He drops immediately to the ground. He's dead immediately. There's no recovery for him. There's no CPR. There's no EMS. He stopped for help, and he was murdered. Another man saw the opening fire, and he started running towards the assailant. He tried to stop him. You know how we know he tried to stop him? Because the medical examiner is going to tell you about the stippling around one of the wounds. That means that he got close enough range that some of the extra stuff that comes out of the barrel of the gun actually impacted and burned into his skin. That's how close he was. That stuff came out of the gun and impacted on him. He was shot in the front, but he was also shot in the back. He tried to get away. And of course, he was also struck in the head because this guy was out to murder people. And when he was struck in the head, he dropped immediately. He was dead. There was no help for him. He tried to help someone else. He tried to stop this tragedy, and he was killed. And we're going to tell you exactly why the defendant right there did this. We're going to show you how the defendant did this. We're going to show you the defendant knew what they were doing. This is what you got to do. He dropped right there immediately. He was down immediately. You got get some fucking gravity in your voice, woman. Tell the story. Oh, God. Sorry. Fucking prosecutors.
In 19 seconds outside.
She's sexier
And
with Nick's
again,
voice.
He does not hesitate. He immediately goes inside. Immediately. You will see it 3:23 and 52 seconds. You will see one of the bullets strikes the window in the front of the Waffle House. Kayla Shaw, the girl in the pink shirt who's standing there at the counter, you will see the glass shatter and come straight at her face. That is the moment where everyone runs for cover. Aquila De Silva and Shantia Wagner, they run to the left where the booths are, towards the kitchen. His brother Abede and Alexis Lane, they run to the right. James Brennan, Michael Shaw, James Brennan and James Shaw, Mike Garth, and Trayvon, they all run into the bathrooms where Amaya is. Travis Reinking, when he walks in that door, Kayla has literally dropped to the floor, injuring her side at the moment that glass flew in. She is laying with her face towards the counter, and she is playing dead. Travis Reinking does not go to the left. Go to the left, around the counter where the employees would be. He does not go that way. He does fire that direction as he sees Aquila and Shantia Wagner scrambling on the ground, running for cover, trying to get under a booth around something to get away from him. He sees them.
Oh my God.
He fires at them both and strikes both of them. But he does not go left. He doesn't go to where the employees would be.
Who the fuck cares if he goes to where the employees would be? What? You tell me you're bringing it around to why I care that he's shooting everybody but the Waffle House employees. Please tell me why I'm supposed to, look, I might want someone to shoot Waffle House employees. I might not, but why do I want this guy to shoot the Waffle House employees rather than the random people in the entry? I don't get it. What is she talking about? Listen to how she's emphasizing this. He does not go to the employees. What? What is happening here? Who cares if he goes to the employees? He's gunning people down in the entrance of a Waffle House. This is a problem.
Travis Reinking immediately goes to the first booth where the customers are. He goes to Sharita Henderson.
I guess it's a worse crime if he kills the customers and not the employees.
He goes to the Ebony Groves. These two girls, they drop to the ground. They're hiding under the table, lying on the floor. And Sharita Henderson will testify, and she will tell you that she looked him in the eye. He looked right at her, and he fired at her and shot her. And she was trying to cover her friend, but that was not possible. There is not room for that to happen. Sharita is struck 3 times, and her friend Ebony is struck twice. And Travis Reinking makes a choice. He does not stop. Travis Reinking then turns to the right.
He does not go
He's
left.
headed to the back rooms. This is a dead end. There is no space there. There are 7 people who are cowering and they have nowhere to go. He does not pause 1 second after he has shot Sharita, shot the Ebony. He immediately fires into that area, and you'll see the bullet hole in the glass in that door. And you will hear from James Shaw Jr. He will tell you that he is on the other side of that door, and that he hears the whistle of a bullet that goes by him. He's actually struck in his arm. But then he hears a pause. And he's looking out that small window. He hears that pause. He looks and he sees that Travis Reinking has pointed the rifle down. James Shaw Jr. in that moment, he makes a decision to take that opportunity, to take that 1 moment opportunity and seize it. And he uses the full force of his body and he forces himself through that door.
He explodes through the door, woman. He forces himself through that door. No, he bursts out. It's a raging lion of testosterone. He's heroically tackling a monstrous murderer. What do you care about something in your life?
Forces himself into Travis Reinking, knocking him back. And James Shaw Jr., he grabs a hold of that rifle, even though it burns his hand because the barrel is hot. And he does not let go.
He grabs barehanded the burning rifle and won't let it go. He has to stop this guy. This guy's a monster. He's killing everybody in sight. And he knows that he and everybody in the bathroom behind him is next. God, just suck at storytelling.
He struggles and wrestles with Travis Reinking. He pushes him back and he overpowers him. He grabs that rifle and throws it over the kitchen counter as far away from Travis Reinking as he can. And he doesn't stop there. He continues to wrestle with Travis Reinking and manhandle him to get him out of that Waffle House. And he is able to push him out the door.
Reminder that the one guy is naked. I wouldn't say manhandle myself.
And you'll see that as he's pushing him out the door, that Travis Reinking starts to come out of the green jacket that he has on. The 2 of them struggle together until they get to the corner of the Waffle House. James Shaw Jr. goes right back behind the Waffle House. And Travis Reinking runs the other direction. The other direction, which just happens to be in the direction where he lives. You'll see that James Shaw Jr. run, and then he stops, and he goes back. You'll see him get into his truck, and he actually drives and pulls up right in front of the Waffle House. And you'll see him standing there with his door open, because at that point, no one really knows where he is or if he's coming back. And he'll testify and tell you that he starts yelling his friend's name. Brennan McMurray, his friend's nickname is BJ, and he's yelling for BJ.
Who isn't standing outside a Waffle House at 3:30 in the morning yelling for BJ? I mean, when you really get down to it, who isn't doing that? Lord knows I am. Abe Eckstein says, put her in 1.25 speed if possible. She speaks so slow. I like to do court stuff at the speed that the jury hears it.
You'll hear from Abede De Silva, he was in the bathroom with those 7 people. He comes out and he first goes outside and then he sees his little brother, Aquila, inside. So he runs back in.
Wait, Akila's a guy? I thought Akila was a woman.
And he sees Shantia Wagner, his brother's girlfriend, and she's screaming and she's bleeding. She has a devastating gunshot wound to her right leg. There is literally nothing holding her leg together from her ankle to her knee except for a small strip of skin.
Ouch. But you didn't sell me on the devastating wound to the leg. You've said devastating too many times.
He finds his brother, Aquila, who was still breathing. He's still talking. He has been calling for his name. And he sees that he has a gunshot wound to his right shoulder. And he's trying to figure out what to do, not understanding that what he doesn't see is that Aquila also has a gunshot wound to his right side. And that gunshot has perforated his lung. Abede will describe it at some point his brother Aquila could not talk anymore. And the last thing that he said is, "I can't breathe." Dr. Deering will testify and he will explain to you about the injuries that Aquila suffered and that his lungs would have been filling up with blood and he would not have been able to breathe.
Stop crying. Why are you crying?
Now, Aquila De Silva was transported to the hospital. Abede having no idea how serious his injuries were. But even the life-saving efforts of the doctors, he was pronounced deceased at the hospital. Shantia Wagner, she will describe that devastating gunshot wound.
Stop saying devastating.
That she is bleeding. She'll explain that she initially called 911, but the operator.
The perforated lung was devastating. The gunshot wound to the leg obviously wasn't, if she's going to testify. It wasn't as devastating. Stop using devastating. Mandy Karavichus says so many gratuitous lewd jokes are going to come from this case. The prosecutor's already setting them up. Pulling on the hot shaft with his hand until it shoots, etc. No, Mandy, stop it.
Just kept asking her for the address, which she didn't know, and she got frustrated and she decided to call her mom. And she'll describe that excruciating pain that she was in. She'll describe looking at her leg that wasn't there. She'll describe that she got transported to the hospital, and it was actually several days later before she even learned that her boyfriend Aquila had not survived. And she'll describe to you the months that she was in a hospital. That even today, what she goes through with treatment. And she'll describe that process that the doctors basically had to rebuild a leg for her. Her injury was so devastating, the doctors had to call in a military specialist that was used to dealing with people with IED injuries because it was as if she had stepped on a bomb. You will also hear from Sharita Henderson. She will tell you about lying on that floor. She will tell you about her gunshot wounds. She was also shot in the leg. Her leg was half blown off, breaking both bones in her lower leg.
Her leg was only evastated, not devastated.
She was also shot in her upper forearm with the bullet exiting out the other side. You will see her scars. Dr. Deering will testify and explain to you what damage this type of high velocity injury does to the human body. But you will
What?
actually be able to see it on Sharita's arm. That she's also shot in her right arm near her bicep, and that bullet goes into her chest. And as she's lying,
Who's this guy? Who's this guy? Who's this fucking guy right here? Who's this guy in the background? What's he doing? Why is he standing there grabbing his jacket? What's this guy doing?
there on the floor next to her friend Diebony, who she knows is not alive. That at one point she actually
Again, she went to button her jacket and didn't do it.
calls out, "I'm not dead." And she knows that anyone that saw her would not know that. You will hear from the first responding officers who responded to the scene the devastation that they found when they got there.
You don't get to properly use mayhem very often, but if you don't know, mayhem is the removal or severing of an extremity. Like, you actually have mayhem here. Use mayhem. Use something other than devastating. None of your business says, get this woman a thesaurus. And this is going too much into the emotion the prosecutors want the jury to feel instead of the facts of the case for me. I mean, this is going to be a slam dunk. I mean, this guy got naked and shot up a Waffle House. If he doesn't have an insanity defense, he's got nothing.
You will hear that after they were able to treat all of the victims from inside, that they located Mr. Reinking's truck because it was still parked there in that parking spot. And they were able to determine his address that was very close by. They went to his apartment and they learned about Mr. Reinking.
Uh-oh.
That he had just moved to the Antioch area a couple months before in February is when he got that apartment.
Okay.
He's a 29-year-old crane operator from Illinois. They learned that he didn't have many friends. He was a loner. He had a family, but didn't have much contact with them. In the apartment, they learned that not only the gun that was used at the Waffle House, but that he owned 3 other guns. They found 2 of them, both bolt-action rifles, both incapable of firing 30 rounds within 29 seconds. And they found a case to a 4th gun, a Kimber .45 caliber handgun. They found a case, but no gun.
Okay.
Now, during all of this, the ID officers that respond to the actual crime scene, they immediately find the green jacket that Travis Reinking's wearing. It's right there at that intersection, right where you see him on the video run towards. And in the pockets of that green jacket are 2 additional magazines to the Bushmaster's XM15 assault rifle that Travis Reinking chose to take to the Waffle House that day. Both of those magazines were fully loaded with 30 rounds of hollow point ammunition. The detectives will tell you that they found a 3rd magazine in Travis Reinking's bathroom, that there was some blood on the floor. They also found an empty box of .223 hollow point ammunition.
Why is he using hollow points on an AR? What's he doing?
In his apartment. They also found his iPhone. That was left there, not taken. You will also hear about the law enforcement response to this incident. Sergeant Polk will describe to you the enormous resources that were employed in an attempt to locate Travis Reinking, who ran from this crime scene. He was
Remember what Bronco was saying during the Rittenhouse trial. It's true. It's right here. There is no correct ammunition that you can use. If you use hollow points, why'd you use hollow points? If you use Full Metal Jacket, well, why'd you use, when you're going for over penetration, you're trying to murder everybody. There is no correct ammunition to shoot somebody with and kill them. That's just the rule.
not at his apartment. There's a .45 caliber handgun missing, so he was assumed to be armed and dangerous. And he will tell you about the resources from the Metro Nashville Police Department, but not just the Metro Nashville Police Department, that they had assistance from pretty much every agency that exists, from the TBI, the FBI, the DEA, the ATF. There were Secret Service assisting. There were other local law enforcement outside of the county that were assisting, that they gave a media release to the public with information of be on the lookout for this person. There are hundreds and hundreds of law enforcement officers looking for Travis Reinking, along with the public is looking for him. They are having to shut down schools and put them on lockdown, and they are searching everywhere. There are wooded areas by that Waffle House, and they are searching everywhere. And you will hear that Travis Reinking was able to evade them for almost 34 hours. Now, when Travis Reinking showed up to that Waffle House, he chose not to wear any clothing other than that green jacket that carried the 2 additional magazines, the 60 additional rounds.
Should have just taped him on.
He fired 30 rounds at the Waffle House, 15 outside, 15 inside. That moment that James Shaw Jr. was able to seize, he was out of ammunition. That empty clip is right there where James Shaw Jr. struggled that rifle away from him. That green jacket held his 60 more rounds. But when officers ultimately located him, Officer Kyle Williams will describe to you that they were in the woods. They got a tip from a citizen that they thought that they saw the person. And he's in the woods, he hears crunching. The team has separated so that they can try to determine if this person is the suspect they're looking for. They will describe to you that in those scenarios that they have a code word that they say, so they can call out the code word. And if they are going to encounter somebody else on the team, they would know that it's someone from their team instead of the suspect. So he calls out the code word, and there's no response. And then he sees Travis Reinking behind a tree. And he has his firearm pulled on him, and he tells him to come out. And he'll describe that Travis Reinking made a motion with his arm, but he came out behind that tree, and he put his hands up just as Officer Williams had directed him. He told him to put his hands up and to get down on the ground. And Travis Reinking did exactly what he said.
So again, remember they're pushing for the "this man is crazy" defense. And they're going to tell you a story about how crazy it is. What she's trying to do is head that off right now. She's saying he knew what he was hiding. He was eluding police. He was not just randomly going about. He was out in the woods when he was commanded to come out. He followed commands. He intelligibly understood what was going on. That's what she's doing right now.
Officer Williams will tell you that he directed him that if you move, I will shoot you. And Travis Reinking responded, I won't. When Officer Williams found Travis Reinking, he was dressed. He had on a t-shirt, jeans, shoes. and he had a backpack on. And you'll hear from the officers that located him that they first put him in cuffs, even with the backpack on. They found his wallet and his ID that was on him. In his pocket, he also had a loaded .45 caliber clip to the .45 caliber Kimber firearm.
Probably a magazine,
They
sweetie.
cut the backpack off of him, and inside that backpack, they immediately see that Kimber firearm. It is loaded with a full clip. There is a round in the chamber. It is ready to fire. Also in that backpack is a holster for that gun, a flashlight, a multi-tool, several bottles of water. And there's also 10 silver bars in that backpack. You will hear testimony during this trial that those 10 silver bars were purchased on April 10th of 2018.
Silver bars.
And they were picked up
Silver
at National
bars.
Currency in Brentwood on April 20th.
It's murder time at the
The
restaurant.
detective's investigation will also reveal that Travis Reinking purchased those magazines in those days before this shooting. Those 3 magazines to fit his Bushmaster's XM15, the one that's on the bathroom countertop and the 2 that were in his jacket, those 3 were new. You will also hear that they located a BMW key fob to a BMW X6 that had been stolen from the Brentwood BMW dealership on April 17th, and that they learned that that vehicle had been recovered from his apartment complex.
How do you steal a Beamer from a dealership?
Apprehension will testify, and there were several that were involved in transporting him. They will testify and describe to you his demeanor, how he was acting. And they will describe that he was calm. Officer Williams will say, the very first person to encounter him, will describe that he was calm and resigned. Ladies and gentlemen, the proof in this case and the evidence that will be presented to you is that Travis Reinking made a choice. He made several choices that led to the shooting. He decided what time to go. He went on a Saturday night at 3:20 a.m. to a Waffle House when it would be at its busiest. He chose not to wear clothes other than a green jacket.
God, I want a
He
Waffle
made
House right
that
now.
choice.
Hungry.
He chose which of his 4 firearms to take with him.
So again, trying to head off the insanity defense. This is a conscious action. This guy knew what he was doing. He was aware. Insanity does not mean you did something that's hard to imagine, right? Killing someone is a hard to imagine feat for most people. Most people do not kill someone else. And so, you could say that anyone who kills someone else, who intentionally kills someone else, has some little bit of insanity, but that's not how we determine it. Are they aware of what their actions are? And are they aware that what they're doing is wrong? Are they able to discern right from wrong? So circumstantial evidence of that is all the decisions that went into this. Not just a person randomly grabbing a random firearm and going nuts. This is planned out. Pudding Tang 2 says, Nick, who do you think this chick is banging at the DA office to get lead on this case? I have no idea. I mean, this case, she can do a pretty bad job and still win this case. The guy got out of an SUV and started blasting at people in a Waffle House. There's not much defense for what he did.
Chose the one that had the highest capacity magazine. He chose to buy additional magazines for that weapon, and he chose to take 90 rounds of ammunition. He chose
Never mind.
that parking spot where he could see everything. He chose to fire upon Joe Perez Jr., someone who wasn't inside the Waffle House, who was parked in a parking spot. He chose to fire upon him first. He chose to fire upon Tori and Sonderland as he ran away from him. And he made a very specific choice to not go to the left, not go to where the Waffle House employees would be. He chose to go to the right where the customers were. He chose to go to where there were 7 more people. He chose not to stop.
The problem with this is, again, it doesn't matter. This case is not complicated, but if he went left instead of right, she would be saying he chose to go where the Waffle House employees were. He didn't want to go where there are so many people that he would have to confront. He wanted to go to the left, not to the right. It'd be the same argument the other way. It doesn't make any sense why she's focused on it.
The evidence presented to you during this trial will be that Travis Reinking went there to take something that couldn't be given back. He went there to take lives.
Terrible
The
line.
evidence will be that this was an act of revenge done.
That take things that can't be given back. He went there to take lives. That was rehearsed. That was planned. That was like a moment. Wasn't a good one. It was a bad plan and it was poorly executed. I don't like it. Angry Bellsprout says, I don't see any ring on her finger. Probably bored every date to sleep. She's cute enough, but imagine being with this snooze fest. Will this be the entire trial? No, I'm actually looking forward to the defense here. I think it'll be wild. Trucker and Tourist says, off topic, sorry. Honk, honk for supporting my trucker brothers and sisters up in Canada. There you go, Trucker and Tourist. Honk, honk to the Canadian truckers.
Out of anger. The evidence will be that Travis Reinking took Joe Perez Jr.'s life in an act of revenge. That Travis Reinking took Tori and Sanderland's life in an act of revenge.
Revenge?
He took Aquila De Silva's life in an act of revenge.
Revenge for what?
He took the Ebony Grove's life in an act of revenge. Their families cannot get them back. And Travis Reinking did this to punish them.
Is she about to get to the revenge? I'm really fucking confused now.
And at the end of all of the proof, we will ask that you return a verdict that he is guilty of all 16 counts of the indictment.
How long is it gonna take? I'm not trying to rush you, I'm just trying to figure out a mid-morning break.
I don't have time, Your Honor, but I don't anticipate too long.
All right, let's get that.
Revenge for what? The hell was that? Why would you say revenge? Punish them for what? What did they punish? What are they being punished for? What's the revenge for? What the hell is that shit? Mandy Karavich says, imagine if he went to Denny's naked. He would have grand slammed the doors devastatingly while showing off his moon over Miami. Okay, we're going to go. It goes right into it. Let's watch the defense attorney, then we'll wrap up the show. What the fuck? Here. Look at this defense attorney. Look at this guy. This guy's got a meme face going like, we're about to devastate you with our defense. See what I did there? Devastate for revenge. This guy. So this guy must be the like marshal. So his His hands are up by his jacket because that's probably, he's got a gun on the inside, I'm guessing. Gotta have those hands ready to throw down at the defendant. Look at the defendant, looks like a 15-year-old. All right, here we go.
Try and get it in there.
All right, what you got, buddy? It's a tough case. It's a tough case. What direction are you going to take?
You got a difficult job. You're just starting. And you've heard a lot of information in the opening statement made by the state this morning. And we can agree that it's tragic. It's tragic all around.
This is tragic. We can agree at least that it's tragic.
And I want to say on the front end that nothing we say on our defense team is ever going to be intended to be offensive to the families of the victims. What you're going to see during the state's case in chief from the defense may seem awkward because we don't contest what happened at the Waffle. So if you don't see us getting up and doing on our cross-examination of witnesses, there's a reason.
Stop shuffling papers.
You're going to be able to see what happened at the Waffle House with your own eyes. I anticipate the state, as they've indicated, are going to show you videos. They're going to have eyewitness accounts. But that's not the only part of the story that's important. And as a jury in this case, it's important that you're able to understand the entire picture. Because when you sit in judgment of Mr. Ryan King and the facts in this case, and you apply it to the law of this case, you have to understand Mr. Ryan King.
Okay.
It's the oath you took.
So tell me, this guy he's got me now. He's got my attention a little bit. What do I need to understand about the man that you just admitted murdered a couple people? You don't contest the facts of what happened at the Waffle House. So what do I need to understand to get me to saying that guy's not guilty? The Squid says, objection, Your Honor. What's the relevance here? The real travesty would be if the employees got shot. I need all my all-star special at 3 a.m. while hammered.
It doesn't stop with what happened at the Waffle House, and it doesn't start with what happened at the Waffle House. What the proof is going to show is that Travis Reinking is severely mentally ill. He's schizophrenic. And he's battled this for years. And you're going to hear expert testimony to talk about a 3 to 5 year period leading up to that night. You're going to hear that Mr. Reinking was driven by delusions, paranoid thinking, auditory hallucinations.
Ooh.
One of those delusions you're going to hear about began with a Taylor Swift concert.
It would be, you bitch, Taylor. Greer was right.
Where he believed that Taylor Swift was talking directly to him.
She was.
And then he went on to believe he was in a relationship with Taylor Swift.
He was.
That he was her real
clearly.
boyfriend.
Of course he was.
That he was communicating with her. And she communicating with him. And over time, you're going to hear about how that delusion grew and grew.
Something else is growing.
It turns almost violent in his mind, that she's after him, that she's breaking in his house, that she's sexually assaulting him, that others are involved, that the government is involved. You're going to hear that Mr. Ryan King was so convinced of this delusional thinking over years of time that he himself was reaching out to law enforcement, asking for help. People are coming in my home. They're breaking in my house. They're stealing my thoughts. When I go into restaurants, people are repeating phrases they would only know if they had read my private journals and my private thoughts. He believed it. He believed it wholeheartedly. He believed it so much, he went to Washington, D.C., thinking that he could get an audience with the President of the United States and get it to stop because he believed the government was involved. And this delusional thinking really rolled into him believing that Taylor
So it's
Swift
Biden's
herself
fault?
was a government agent.
No, wait, this would have been Trump's fault.
When he couldn't get relief in his hometown of Illinois, he moved. He moved because he thought if he moved, it would make it stop. What he talked about is the psychological rape, it would stop. The harassment, it would stop. So he moves. He moves several times. You're going to hear testimony that at one point earlier on, his family tries to get him some help. It doesn't take. He moves again.
It doesn't take.
He
What does
ends
that
up
mean?
in Nashville. By that time, when he's in Nashville, he is completely untethered from reality. And he is driven by his delusion that people are after him. You're going to hear a testimony that Mr. Ryan King believed that he could communicate with aliens and was regularly communicating with aliens.
What do you mean
Mr. Ryan
believed?
King believed he could speak directly and to God.
Have you heard of prayer?
That he believed that normal people walking around, his reality was those people. And there was no rhyme or reason that you could put logic to. Those people were out to hurt him and had been hurting him and were continuing to hurt him.
Look, I'm going to need some forensics on this. We're going to need Taylor Swift to submit. I mean, unfortunately for her, she's going to have to submit biometric boob shots because we got to match them up to see if they're the boobs that have been assaulting him. We're going to have to do it. Taylor, I'm sorry, but for the public, you need to do this.
And so on the night of April 22nd, 2018, you're going to hear that Mr. Ryan King believed he was commanded by God to go to the Waffle House in defense of himself and other people, that the people at the Waffle House.
God, are you sure? Yes, that's where the Philistines are now.
In his mind were government agents that were
Do we know that they
responsible
weren't?
for all the torment that he was perceiving over those years. You heard talk about what he was wearing or what he wasn't wearing.
Much of anything.
He was naked except for a green jacket, not a trench coat, not a long jacket, a waist-length green jacket, completely naked, no shoes, no socks.
No service. Boom.
Green jacket, magazines, assault rifle. Why? You're going to hear proof because that's what God said. God told him to do it that way. And that's what caused him to go. You're going to hear proof that he believed because they were watching his every move, that he was speaking about going to the Waffle House audibly in his apartment before he went. In his mind saying, I've been ordered by God to do this, but I'm saying this out loud and maybe people won't be there because they'll hear me talk because they're listening. They'll hear me talk. And that will cause it to maybe even be closed.
It doesn't make sense. Don't do that. No, see, because you're saying that this guy, again, as crazy as he may be, the delusion he may have, does he understand what he's doing is wrong? If he understands that going to the Waffle House and shooting people is wrong because they might be closed, if someone hears me, then I won't have to shoot people when I get there. That's bad.
No, that's not rational thought. But that was his reality. When we talk about choices, when you hear the district attorney say choices and choices and choices, what are choices based on? Perception. They're based on perception. What did he perceive? It's not rational. He wasn't in any sort of rational state of mind. But his choices led him to that Waffle House under those strict orders that he perceived to be from God. And he pulls into the parking lot.
I wish God would send me to a Waffle House. I'm
you're
so
gonna hear
hungry.
proof that even in that moment, he is looking for a sign. He's not sitting outside trying to wait for max capacity in the Waffle House. He's waiting for a sign. Maybe if there's a sign, I was wrong. Maybe I won't have to do it. But God's told me to do it. And again, in his sickness, his severe mental illness, he sees the number 3 on a hat. What
Wow.
he perceives as walking by his car. It's described by the district attorney. It's a gentleman walking by the car right before Mr. Reinking gets out. And in his mind, that's the sign from God, because in his mind, his terribly ill, severe mental illness, schizophrenic mind, 3 has meaning. And that's his sign.
This man just called all Christians and Jews mentally ill. Number 3 is meaning all over the Bible. The Bible.
That's his sign. What you're going to hear in this case is that Mr. Reinking's actions that night, they were a direct result of the delusions he was suffering because of his schizophrenia. He believed that God told him to do that. He believed that the people in that Waffle House were government agents. When you're thinking about choices, when you're considering this case, you have to consider the perception of that person. And we believe that when you do that, and at the conclusion of this case, you will be clearly convinced that Mr. Reinking suffered from a severe mental illness and that he was insane at the time of these shootings. And you will render a verdict of not guilty by reason of insanity. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Jury, that concludes the opening statements of the attorneys. I will remind you that the statements of the
There we go. That's the opening statements. We don't need any more than that for tonight. So kind of an interesting case, right? No, he did it. He shot all the people. He knew it was wrong. He didn't want to shoot him, but God told him to, so he did. It's a bold strategy. It's a bold strategy. I don't know that it's going to work out for him. I don't think it will. Because as a juror, you're sitting there going, God told me to go shoot up a Waffle House. I wouldn't do it. Right? Like that's what the average person says. I hope they subpoenaed God and Taylor Swift and Donald Trump. That's what I'm hoping. Well, that's that. Let's wrap up the show. Let's do the super chats and wrap up the show. It's way late. I ranted way too long at the beginning. Apologies. So need to get off this thing and get some shut eye. I don't know. Here's the problem. I really want to watch this trial. I don't know if I can. I've got a meeting at 1:30 tomorrow. And then I've got shit going on Wednesday too. It's going to interfere with it. We'll see. I'm not sure. I might, I might. Oh, it's in Tennessee also. It's an hour earlier. Oh God, it's going to start at 8. We'll see. We'll see. I want to watch the trial. It's not a matter of want. It's a matter of all the other stuff I have going on that interfere with this thing. So we'll see what we can do. I'll try. I'll try. The stream might start a little late, and we might have to rewind a bit, but we'll figure it out. Okay. Let me get these Odyssey chats here. Malik Foxon says, Vito getting banned from Twitter is the saddest news I've ever heard in a long time, man. Who am I kidding? He shouldn't have been banned from Twitter, but hearing it happen to that fat fuck is funny. Yes, it is. It is because he's living by his own rules. He can't be mad about it. Susanin Aurelia says, hey, man, can I get the glass raised for my grandma? We celebrated her 90th birthday this Sunday. It wasn't great childhood in the 30s and 40s in Eastern Poland. She has seen some horrible stuff. For Babushka Janina. Of course, Susan in Aurelius. Here we go. We'll get this glass topped off for Babushka. All right. Cheers to Babushka Janina. Growing up in the 30s and 40s in Eastern Poland, not necessarily the most hospitable childhood. However, coming through that adversity and going on to have many children, well, however many children, any children, and to pass on a lineage of overcoming what the world puts in front of you. To babushkas everywhere, and to Janina specifically, happy 90th birthday. Fussel1 says, that's no woman, that's Binger and drag. Great US says, patients denied transplant because they are not injecting a drug, an experimental drug to fight the coronavirus that has never been defeated yet in human history. Started to show up late 2020, upticking since fall of 2021. YouTube mods equals losers. Great US says, apologies if this was read before. I did not hear it. Consider focusing your social media to Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram, not both, and another alt site. So it's not only manageable, but fruitful. PSA, come over to Odyssey, where you can be your own mod and cough only 5% to post. Zalcor says, black markets are the freest markets. S. Duster says, Michael Malice recently did a live stream where he said he would love to have you on his podcast. Any interest? Oh, yeah. Happily go on Michael's podcast for sure. S. Duster says, whether the Constitution really be one thing or another, this much is certain, that it has either authorized such a government that we have or has been powerless to prevent it. In either case, it is unfit to exist. That's quoting Lysander Spooner. Return to the Articles of Confederation, I say. There you go. There you go. G says, please, for the love of God, watch or discuss Good Logic, trying to find B. Ivory video and then trying to understand how it was cringe boomer moment. I really, the B. Ivory, his ad video with the video graphics that he didn't pay for and all that shit. Eric the Red says, you sure picked a hell of a week to skip Flashcast. I did. Delicious fried food says, Nick, you applying for the purple wiggle roll or no? Patrick Allen says, to be fair, it was a Waffle House, so kind of warranted. Irie says Trudeau is a little binger. Otto Rommel says Snow White and the 7 unemployed little people who want to beat the shit out of Peter Dinklage. Daniel Erler says, you know, if you would just hit your kids instead of yelling at them, you wouldn't have to worry about losing your voice. Just a thought. Go with bandaged hands. Well, at least I can do a show. Dan, thank you for the donation. Colby Newlick says, be mindful of crazy people from Junction City. Not So Slim Jim says, I can get you an interview with 2 guys involved in a police standoff in San Antonio. Okay. I'm interested. Generalissimo says, my World War II vet granddad and friends loved Waffle House. I believe we have established what courts call a fact pattern, QED not guilty. By the way, S-Bucks canceled their vax requirement. If a corp that hard left does it, maybe there is hope. Starbucks didn't want to try and figure out how to hire even more baristas. Henhouse Bath Company says, would love to see you cover the whole Waffle House trial. I'm in Nashville and live less than 2 miles from the location. Love the channel. Hey, thank you, Henhouse Bath Co. I would love to cover it. I have to just work it around my schedule. Contrarian 420 says, can chat officiate an agent to correspond with defendants after trial? Dearest Canabro, would you be able to stream any replies? Wait, so you want to have correspondence with Chandler Halderson and then stream the replies? Like we'd read the things? I mean, maybe. I don't know. Koi540 says, a bit of an odd toast request, but can you toast the ideas, thoughts, and dreams that have been killed in their crib for the past 15 years by mods? To all the lost thoughts, dreams, and ideas that have been killed by moderators on the internet, the gayest of Jannies, perpetually and utterly devastating to society. Cancer cures, world peace, everything has been proposed and thought of on an internet forum or chat room. All of it swept away by the Fed posting Jannies and their glowy masters. Cheers to the dead dreams and lost thoughts. GRP poll says, can we get a honk for the honkening? G says he thought it was a really good ad and we died. Oh God. Donnie. No. Okay. We got to talk about B. Ivory Lamar. Let's do this way. We got to talk about this. I'm going to do this again. Don't you fucking think you're done with this yet, B. Ivory. To the black community, we need to have a little fucking heart to heart here. Stop letting these fake ass men dress in a flashy suit and then somehow project success onto themselves and have people buy it. This shit needs to stop. B. Ivory Lamar, what has he actually done? Does anybody know what qualifications he has other than this picture? Look at this suit sitting on a couch, sitting here. Oh, look, I've got a nice, again, it's a nice suit. These are good suits. These are posed pictures. This is fake. This is not him walking around. This is not how he is. Look at this shit. All of these things. Oh my God. This one. Oh, look, here we go. Look, this, whatever this turtleneck shot is. Oh yeah. This is my candid shot of me holding this whiskey that way with a turtleneck that makes my chin disappear into infinity. this thing. Oh, here, look at me on the side of this thing with my satchel. This is how I always stand. These dudes are selling bullshit. They're selling nothing. They're nothing. They're empty. They're empty. They're projecting success. It's fake it till you make it. What track record of success does this guy have? Power Lawyer Brunch Party by B. Ivory Lamar. Power Lawyer what? What? Networking brunch and beats. Who are you? What did you do? The Lamar. Look at this thing. I'll touch my chin in all these pictures. Is this his Bentley? Or did he just pop in someone's Bentley for the picture? Oh, he's got a Mercedes here. Be humble. Mercedes. Bentley here. For sure. Neither of those are his car. Dude probably drives a Ford fucking Taurus. Whose pool is this? Birthday vibes. You can always make money. You can't always make memories. Take keys from the keys. Anyway, this shit has got to stop. This shit has got to stop. His entire ad, when he walks out to like the Land Rover and he has a driver drive him around while he gets on his phone. No, he doesn't. Stop being suckered in by these people. Again, I'll tell the story one more brief time. When I worked at Thrivent as a very low-level employee, right? Our department had a temp. His name was Devin. He was a super nice guy. He was a well-groomed, well-dressed black guy. Very presentable. He had a booming voice, good presence. He was a temp. They got him from a temp agency. He came in. He barely worked. What he did, though, he was on the phone all the goddamn time. And I finally found him in a dark room on the phone. And I'm like, Devin, what the fuck are you doing? Get back to work. Because I was a pseudo supervisor. I had this shitty job where I was responsible for other people doing work, even though I didn't get any authority over them and I didn't get any extra pay. But I was responsible for other people doing work, not by choice. They told me this is what you do. Again, I didn't have any right to tell people to get to work. I didn't have any supervisory authority. I couldn't tell them no lunch. I couldn't tell them time off or anything like that. But I was supposed to somehow make their work get done, which actually meant if they didn't finish their work, I had to do it. That's what it actually translated to. But this is a temp. So I walked up and I said, hey, dude, get the fuck back to the cube and start working. He's like, oh, sorry, I was on my other job. I'm like, what's your other job? He's like, oh, I'm an executive talent recruiter. What? Yeah, I recommend people for CEO positions to companies. I said, dude, you're a temp. You're a temp. You're making like $13 an hour, buddy. Why? I said, don't take this the wrong way. There's no wrong way to take this. Who in the hell would ever listen to you on what CEO to hire? That doesn't make any sense. He's like, well, oh my God. What a disaster. What a disaster. But there's somebody, probably a bunch of unemployed CEO material sitting around wondering why Devin can't get them a job. It's like, well, because Devin can't get himself a job. You'd think if you could get someone else into a CEO position, you could get yourself into a not temp job. I mean, that's just That's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe I don't understand. Gotta stop. It's gotta stop. I see people talking about Kevin Samuels. What record of success? I mean, Kevin Samuels will tell the truth to a thought, but what record of success does Kevin Samuels have to be telling anybody how to win at life? What is it? Okay. Anyway, moving on. Moving on. G says he thought it was a really good ad and we died. Donnie Z says Don Cherry for prime minister. D says we will use more lead. Kyverdam says why not call it the truckening? Tim Russell says, hey Nick, wanted to drink with you on my 34th. God bless you in the panel for all you do, but can you please do a Richards inflection? Tim, I kind of can. I feel like Richards with a little bit of a hoarse throat. Okay. But basically, I wanted to say happy birthday to you. It's your 34th birthday, which means you're almost to the point where people give a shit that you're alive. And I mean, frankly, that's pretty good. I mean, I'm not sure why most people would even let someone live to 34 these days, but they do, and you made it. Happy birthday. Andrew Clark says Canadian government recommends glory holes to reduce COVID. Not applicable says Biden Predator droned one, claimed it was a bomb. But Bogey 34 says any way you could stream Senator Ron Johnson's COOF second opinion panel. It was truly the most informative info since this started, but they say YouTube no words. It'd have to be on locals. I'm not going to play the B. Ivory ad. We did it the other day. John Smoth says, my girl and I hopped in our minivan. I zip tied a Gadsden flag to a hockey stick, flew it out the window, and we honked for hours when we were in Winnipeg. Awesome. That's fantastic. Renal Ryan says, Nick, would you ever consider running for president and have Attorney Tom as your vice president? Your campaign slogan could be short people tackling tall problems. Armpit Farter says, honk the conch. Ree! Jordan LePage says, the Russians are sending Canadian truckers air horns. New dislike button says, looked into that judge snippet. Context was a woman who stabbed her boyfriend 11 times and claimed self-defense, showed no remorse and laughed at the family. Kevin Speaks on it says, Odyssey is how much? Locals 5. You just needed liquor. Lush. What? D says, Canadian Confederacy will rise again. Kyverdam says, my stepdad's friend recently had a stroke and died just today too. Damn. MKEOD says, it would be great if U.S. truckers did a protest, but most work for corporate fleets now. Only a minority are independent, but a minority of 2 million truckers is still a lot. Andrew Clark says, new YouTube censorship. Look at Anna's Star Wars girl Twitter. Mothership says, says, can you toast my big little sister for always being there for me? She's 4'9". Love her dearly. Mothership, I toasted your sister earlier, I believe, but toast to her being 4'9". Hashtag SMOL. Quantum Bit says, did you see Sony are buying Bungie? Worried about the gaming industry with Microsoft and Sony having a monopoly over games. What do you think? Wait, how does Sony bought Bungie? So Halo's going to be on Sony now? That's phenomenal. Do it. Or is it 343 Studios that owns Halo now? How do you buy Bungie? I thought Microsoft owned them. Jack Williams says, thoughts on national divorce? You mean like separating the East and the West, basically? Oh, Destiny. They own Destiny. Oh, okay. Yeah, good. Sony's finally fighting back. Good. Let's have the corporate war. They paid $3.6 billion for Destiny. Seems like they overpaid to me. S Cybertaz says, you still sound better than Ralph's toothless grill. Oof. Oof. Are you duff enough? Well, are you? Says, you should take CRS Firearms case and become the most base lawyer of all time. No, they need someone with experience fighting the fucking feds on firearm issues. That would be better for them than me doing it. Seize the day says, truckers are the shit in Canada. Hold the line. Ash Ukihime says, hey, Nick, glad you're feeling better. Can you drink one for my dad? Makes another year today since he passed away. I can't drink. Thank you. Ash, to your father, man. Every year passes. They don't get any easier. Cheers, brother. Jordan Flata says, kind of like the honking. Kevin Speaks on it, says, you cloud to get ret former big city and rural cop, be insightful. You thought to get retired former big city and rural cop, be insightful. I don't know what that means. Ava Hines says, attorney Mark Metzger of Galveston was cited for walking along the beach dressed as Michael Myers with a fake bloody knife. My new favorite lawyer. He beat that charge, as he should have. That was a nonsense charge. Oh, I didn't answer on the great divorce, or on the national divorce. I don't see how it would actually work. The Mason-Dixon line in 1860 was way different than any line we could draw today, because while California may be full of commie scum, it's all in the big cities, right? And the rest of California, the bulk of it is red. So how do we do it? It's not so simple as, well, everyone can just move. It doesn't work that way. We'd still have, so if you split like the West from the East still has Philadelphia, Detroit, Chicago, New York, holy shit, Baltimore, Boston. I mean, there's not a line. You'd have the same problems, just split in half. So I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it. More Havoc says, everyone go support Nate. Photo Chad DeBruin on Give Send Go. Look for Photos by Nate D2. Photos by Nate D2. Jay Griff says, that does make me like Krause a little bit more, knowing that. Not Applicable says, did Krause eat every guy he convicted? Yes. S. Becker says, wait, so Littlefinger didn't want a guy with an upside down cross on his face to testify? What? Mandrake says, it's a field tech that services kiosks in both state and federal correctional centers. Fed is way better kept up overall environment. Way better. Pop Bear 50/50 says, if you interviewed Kyle, would you invite Andrew on as well? No, if I interviewed Kyle, it'd be one-on-one. Ben Samuel says, if you have to comply, it's not advice. Correct. Not Applicable says, advice does not equal a command. Not how that word works. Garvey Logan says, the doctors are our venerated apothecaries, brother. Mephisto's movie reviews. Says, February 5th, all Green Pass end in Israel. Also, contact me about the movie podcast Preacher. Yes, I've got your email, Mephisto's movie reviews. Austin Olson says, my mom, who's in her 50s, wasn't able to get her hip replaced until she got the poke. Never mind the fact that she had the Rona in March of 2020. And I'm just going to say, go look at what the CDC says about natural immunity in the Delta variant. It turns out a lot of people were right and a lot of talking heads were wrong. And the CDC, the Center for Disease Control, the official experts, have some very interesting things to say about natural immunity once they studied it instead of just spouting off rhetoric. JH says, in the forest of gayness, I will be your flashlight. Wolfgang Deo says, Fauci is not the physics, so he is not the science. He also says, just wait until we have dental tyranny. David says, is the doctor going to deny you a liver transplant because you went against medical advice to stop drinking? Lol. I have not gone against any medical advice on stopping drinking. And my liver numbers, last I checked, were fine. I'll probably have a checkup soon since I'm now 40. But I assume they're still good. My liver doesn't hurt. Does that matter? Is that how liver things work? Is my liver supposed to hurt? I don't know. If my doctor told me to slow down drinking, I probably just would, because, that's that. But it should be backed up by data. Andrew War Snowboard says, wait, what? Bob Saget found Subway. Wolfgang Deo says, I will call my bread taco a sub sandwich. Okay. No. Potbelly Punch says, with PB&J, how do you handle the peanut butter versus jelly ratio? This is an important question. The peanut butter should be layered on thick. I prefer crunchy. Sometimes I like creamy. You should have a texture of peanut butter as you spread it across the bread. You should not see bread texture. If you see bread texture, you don't have enough peanut butter. Okay. Jelly is different because too much jelly will end up with jelly bullshit falling out of the sandwich. So jelly needs to be enough to cover the bread, right? You got to cover the bread, and then you should still be able to see the bread a little bit through the jelly. And when you put the two together, it can't be sliding back and forth. They have to adhere. They have to bond. They have to become one. You cannot have jelly falling out of your sandwich. That's all wrong. But the peanut butter, get some protein, get a little bit thick with it. Peter Pan or Jif? I go with the Jif extra crunchy most of the time. Do you put the jelly on the peanut butter on the bread? Why would you put the jelly on the peanut butter? What is wrong with you? No, the jelly has to put roots into the bread. What? Do people put the peanut butter down and then start slathering jelly on top of it? What the hell is that? What is that? No, the jelly has to seep down into the bread and anchor itself. Otherwise, it's all wrong. What are you talking about? What is jelly roots? The bread is porous. When you put the jelly on the bread, it seeps down into the porous surfaces. Otherwise, if you just put jelly wantonly slap dashing it across the peanut butter, and you try and put a piece of bread on it, that bread will launch across the earth. You can't do that. It'll just slide right off. You'll have jelly all over the floor. Your bread will be in a different fucking country. No. This is terrible. How do you people live? I don't. What are you people? This is. John Crump Live says, thanks for covering the CRS story. Oh, hey, John, how's it going, man? Yeah, I'll probably be covering it more as it develops too. I cannot. What are you? How do you people put jelly on a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? I do not understand this. Now I am confused. You're telling me you go and you're like, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put my peanut butter down. I'm just going to take jelly and just right on the peanut butter. You have a good piece of bread right there. Just put the jelly on the bread. Why would you put it over the peanut butter? That doesn't make any sense. You people are weird. To have it in the middle? What the fuck is wrong with you? You got to make sure the jelly gets to the edge of the bread. If you start slapping it on the peanut butter, that's all wrong. It doesn't makes the bread soggy. Oh, get out of here. What are you talking? Oh my God. What kind of heathen barbarian chat even is this? Oh. Disgust. Alexander the Great was wrong when he stopped killing all of you. I'm going to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich right after this stream just to make it right. Oh my God. Vienna waits for you, says everyone should go into a Subway and order a bread taco. Let's make a change. Musings of Apathy says, according to your Subway, is a taco. Does that mean a hot dog is a taco? Yes. But hot dogs are also hot dogs. It's okay. That's okay. Do it on a stream. Yes, we're going to. That's it. Not tonight, but very soon there will be a Cooking with Rackets, and we're going to just make a bunch of sandwiches and eat. I cannot believe you disgusting people. I'm going to go out. I'm going to get a whole bunch of proper sandwich stuff, and we are going to make sandwiches. I am at my wit's fucking end with you people. JP says, I work in a COVID ICU and I'd like to share with you about some stuff I've seen and witnessed. If you'd like to have me on, I can verify my creds. JP, I would love to do that. We might have to talk about what that will be. I don't know if we can do that on YouTube. That might be a locals thing, but I would love to. JP, send me an email. Not applicable says the point of nationalizing the healthcare system is to deny. And in giant letters, say JP COVID ICU in the subject line, so I know who you are. Because it's always like this, like some guy who'll be like, Fur Fig Pussy Slayer is their YouTube screen name, and then they'll send me an email, and the email will come from like Darren Michaels. So like, hey, I chatted at you on YouTube. And I'm like, okay, what'd you say? And it turns out they're from Fur Fig Pussies. Like, I'm like, I don't know that until you tell me who you are. So JP, if you like, yeah, tell me who you are in the subject line so I know what you're talking about. Not applicable says the point of nationalizing the healthcare system is to deny political enemies care and employment. Always has been. It's fascism, outright social credit. Mandy Karavichus, I recognize a trap when I see one. I've I've seen Blair White, so I know. White bread only. White bread only. Full wheat. What is wrong with you? Oh my God. By the way, Pete Bronson, you said it was your 60th birthday? Happy birthday, buddy. Very cool. I'm glad you made it. Wolfgang Deo says, help blacks concentrate on videos camp. Joe Radar says, is this why Nate's soccer video has 11 zillion views? No, his soccer video has 11 zillion views because it's just fucking good. It's a well done video. It's produced well. It's structured well. It's easy to follow. It's got infographics. It's got a good balance of like him and other stuff. I'm not good at doing that shit. I can't do that at all. Obviously, I'm just like, I'll do it live. That's how I do life. Nate's soccer videos are so damn good. That's why they have so many views. Man of low moral fiber says, funny how those in charge know that these creators couldn't make it on their own merits. Tara Rayner says, Angela Rye from CNN. Yes. She says, Angela Rye is awful. Lawyer might be the best thing she has going for her. ASO says companies sell pre-made YouTube channels. Read that one. B Ivory Law says Rick Nikita, I'm coming for you, Reagan. Music and Fiction says, I hear that on Wednesday, Trudeau will appear, and if he sees his shadow, we'll have 6 more weeks of mandates. He's been renamed Justin Castro. D says, this is why we're all leaving YouTube. Go to Rumble so I can watch you. Angry Bellsprout says, have you seen The Lead Attorney? Yes, I have. I haven't watched it. Like, I've clicked on his video for 30 seconds, and I was like, oh, okay. This is a guy doing talking. He's very popular. Mandy Karavich says 7-month milestone, Nick. We love you, heart. Who's we? Thank you, Mandy. Happy to have you here. Isaac Bowles says, please introduce the new audience members to the Popeyes Chimp Out novel by Gail Schuler. Not today, obviously. Master Blaster says, listen, as a former Waffle House employee, all I can say is there were several nights where I wish this happened. Would have been better than all the drunks and drug addicts that came in. Damn. And Cybertaz says, smash or pass? The prosecutor was cute. Her storytelling was terrible, though. That's the last thing you would want. Actually, you have to pass, right? You cannot sleep with that female prosecutor. You can't do it. Because in your mind the entire time, you'd be thinking, she's going to tell the story of this sexual encounter to her friends. And I've heard how she tells stories. She can make a triple homicide by a naked man at a Waffle House at 3 a.m. in Nashville into a boring story. You could be the god of sex, and she would tell that story in the most boring and bland way possible. Don't do it. Don't do it. Ola Kyle says, Nick, how much is Waffle House paying you to cover this trial? Nothing. Nothing. Let's see. It'd be devastating. Behind says you should watch the Waffle House video of staffer boiling her weave with cooking utensils in honor of this trial. P.S. I'd take blonde to Waffle House. New Dislike Button says Waffle House is great. You get your food plus extra when they scrape some of the leftover food that's been sitting on the uncleaned grill for 5 years. Walter Deadman says, objection. This is a normal day at Denny's. Redrick Lasser says, hey, Nick, what was that whistle pig you said you recommended? I so recently got a bottle of the Boss Hog 8. Oh, shit, for $500 overpriced or average price? Look, all whiskey above $50 is overpriced. All of it is overpriced. It's just the price you're comfortable with. As far as the Boss Hogs, they go for $400 to $500. That's, it depends on the states and their different, tax structures. But a $500 bottle of Boss Hog 8 is right. That's the retail value. That must be the new edition. I have a Boss Hog 7 sitting right here that I have not opened. But I'm saving that for the next time I'm around fans. But no, that's right in it. So, man, I wish my liquor store would get a Boss Hog 8. Jules says Nick deserves 5 for his storytelling. Thank you. As Cybertaz says, I'd like to see the prosecutor and other blonde run to the Popeyes bathroom, Gail Court Schuler style. Iken says, swishing whiskey. I think that's dental advice I can follow. A nice bottle of the Cheetah is waiting. HP says, storytelling comes from age or from growing up around good storytellers. I've never met a good 20-year-old storyteller, plus willingness to look silly. I've met some good storytellers who are young. They're still good storytellers today, but it's rare. It is a skill. You have to learn it and you have to practice it. Jules says, just want everyone to understand how large this prosecutor's hands are. It's fine, but enormous. Kyle Bogue says, simple way, chat. Let's see. Arcade Sage says, she is actively making me more apathetic to the shooting. Dear Lord, if I was on the jury, I might fall asleep. S. Cyber Taz says, tequila song. Da 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 da. Tequila. Okay. Carson Depp says, Ryan King has schizophrenia, previously ruled incompetent, so insanity plea makes sense. Suppose prosecution will argue he understood right from wrong. Yep. That's it. Debbie O says defendant has diagnosed schizophrenia, initially judged incompetent to stand trial. The decision was reversed. Defendant pled not guilty by reason of insanity. Is this all detail really required in the opening? I don't think so. Again, the reason that decision was reversed is likely because they found out that this person could identify the difference between right and wrong. Thomas Fenton says, when Nick says lawyers are idiots, he's not wrong. Hearing her go on about the specifics of Muscari assault rifles and magazines really annoys me. Yeah, not necessary in this case. It's a waste. It's a distraction. The guy shot people. Who cares what weapon he used to shoot people? Zachary Rosfeld says, my first time at midnight attendance. Oh, welcome, Zach. Happy to have you here. Thomas Fenton says, here's a drinking game. Take a shot every time she says magazines, clip, or devastating. Also drink every time she starts her sentences with and. Why are you trying to kill everyone? Rael says, this is why all employees at all businesses should be allowed to carry weapons, and also why no company should ever be able to stop them from doing so. Well, but he didn't go kill the Waffle House employees. Olaf, son of Rasmus, says, going to go mag dump into trash tomorrow. Got more paint burn off my rifles. Hush can. Z Griff says, there's a Waffle House right next door to my apartment. I'm going to go get a 3 a.m. snack. If I don't super chat again, avenge me. Chicken Bridge says, who is substitute teaching Bambi's first grade class while she prosecutes this case? William Barnes says, insanity defense is not the Joker thinks it's funny to murder people and make them laugh. Insanity defense is TF2, meet the pyro. Nathan George, thanks for the donation. It was retracted. Zachary Rosfeld says, the revenge is because the guy believed the agents were out to get him and had previously harmed him. He believed Taylor Swift stalked him and assaulted him. Lol, in his eyes, it could be revenge, right? Yeah, but the state shouldn't be arguing that was revenge. The state should not be arguing that at all. The state should be going away from the insanity defense, not towards it. JB says 90 rounds of ammo isn't a lot. That is less than a box of 223 and a box of 45. Oh, dude. Yeah. So my AR, I have 3 30-round magazines, and you load them up 90 rounds, right? And you go through them in like a minute. And you're like, oh, gotta reload this. Gotta reload it again. Phoenix Lord Asserman says, Russ tried to warn us. Jim Horman. Oh shit. Jason McConnell says eating Waffle House is less than eating parent meat. Jim Horman says, and Russell just sued this man. Jean-Michael Mansfield says, Tim Pool's honk for truckers have reached you, Nikki. Radio Ruin says, has it been proven that Taylor Swift hasn't been sexually assaulting this man? Where's the investigation? Good point. Good point. Carlos Estrada says, I've wondered and oddly felt left out that I don't hear people refer to Hispanics as brown people. Also, YouTube should team up with Hassan Piker to showcase their up-and-coming Black creators. They refer to Hispanics as brown people, but along with Indians and Middle Easterners. Those are all the browns, along with Hispanics. So you don't get your own color. Sorry. Thomas Fenton says, oh, so Waffle House guy is a gang stalker believer. Find the Cold One says, Taylor Swift made me send the super chat. J.K. Wynn says, oh shit, where was it? Says, imagine your girlfriend, hot blonde, good job with a love for pearl necklace. 1 week of her coming home telling you about her day during dinner. It's Friday and on the menu, a 9mm. Yeah. Girl and Stuff says there is data on unvaxxed transplant peeps. It's called anyone who got a transplant before COVID. If they only do vax people now, we can compare, I guess. Adam Kawasaki says, we got to subpoena God. Joel Reese says, 3. Okay, it's kill o'clock. Wolfgang Deo says, we overdiagnose everything. This does not sound like schizophrenia per se. The guy is white and has been looked down upon. Also needs more Jesus. Bob Piffle says, Super Bowl winner. Explain Maker's Mark. Wait, what? Who's the Super Bowl winner? I have no idea. Alex Scott Thompson says, how those tax write-offs working for you, babushkas? Good. By the way, whoever sent me the correct dummy plug for my camera, you're the true hero. Squab says, watching this about an hour behind, but please clip that permission to open a business rant. That was pure relatable gold. Alex N says, turning 40 today, officially a senior citizen. Nick, can you tell me if a Waffle House takes AARP? My dad turned 80 yesterday. Time is fleeting. Enjoy it. Waffle House, I don't know if they take AARP. I'm not retired. Alex Scott Thompson says, B Ivory is pronounced B Ivory, not B Ivory. Yeah, I think it's B Ivory, not Bivory. Generalissimo says, I repeated your joke about Women's History Month to my girlfriend earlier. It shut her up for a while, but I have a feeling I'm going to pay later. That was a good joke. Mandy Karavich says, B Ivory has his head so far up his own butt so he can better experience the smell of his own brilliance. I'll bet he couldn't write a pop-up book without it turning into a self-deluded biography. Wolfgang Dale says, how do we punish insanity? There is no mens rea, right? So obviously prison is off the table. How do we punish innocence? How we punish insanity when it comes up, I don't know that this counts. But when it comes up, you remove the person to the care of a hospital, typically for life. The insanity defense isn't that much better than a prison sentence because you're typically going to an institution for a very long time. You're just not in there with prisoners. You're a patient rather than an inmate, but many people would fail to see the difference. Angry Bellsprout says, surprise B Ivory wasn't picked up by YouTube promo. Cynthia says, way too far, Nick. Those people, really? You don't think they're white pimps looking for clout everywhere? Don't do this. You're too smart for this. Oh, white pimps just do it in a different way, Cynthia. What are you talking about? The black male grifter meta exists. It just does. They do the exact same thing. Jack Murphy doesn't have a bunch of headshots of him in a suit. The white male grifter is very, very different. It's equally nefarious, but we already talked about Jack Murphy. You might not have been around for that, but go watch the video with me and Drexel talking about Jack Murphy. That'll give you all of the opinions you need on the white male pimp grifter meta that's going on. Sorry, you must be new here. Hallucinosis says, you can order fully suppressed air rifles over the net delivered across state lines to your home without involving FFLs as they aren't firearms. Vienna waits for you, says, catch a cannonball now and take it on down the line. My bag is sinking low and I do believe it's time. In other words, good night, everyone. El Gonzo 1000 says, being removed from the liver transplant list for drinking is not the same. Alcohol literally damages the liver, so it makes sense in that scenario. Poorly redacted says, can we take a moment to appreciate the irony of dude's defense? God told me to Rittenhouse the Chloes. Mr. Bentham says, thoughts on those jars with both PB and J in them? Disgusting. Heresy. Burn them at the stake. Roy says, jelly on one slice, peanut butter on the other. What heresy are you talking about? No, that's how it goes. You put jelly on one slice and peanut butter on the other. Why would you put them on the same slice? It doesn't make sense. JB says, national divorce will not happen. Think about the states that have the nukes located in them. They would not give them up. Ingrid Bellsprout says, do you put jelly on peanut butter on the U-gouge? Jelly or peanut butter on the U-gouge? Neither. You don't get a peanut butter and jelly sandwich at Subway. What's wrong with you? Joel Reese says, I'm Portuguese and even I know how to make a PB&J. Mr. Bentham says, jelly on peanut butter is short bus PB&J. Thank you. Gamer Valine says, did I just come to a law channel to hear about women not making sandwiches correctly? It's okay. I just buy the sandwiches. Lying dog face pony soldier says, it's all wrong. This is the best rant ever. I'm on the floor picking up the peanut butter and jelly that just went flying. See? You can't do it. Alex Scott Thompson says, in Nick voice, I don't know how to make sandwiches. Cynthia says, after this PB&J discussion, I'm sad for Mrs. Rackett's sex life. You need to help the peanut butter, Nick. What are you talking about? You are a strange person. S. Cybertaz says, favorite jelly, fruit, and jelly jam or preserves? Grape, and I don't care which one. Hallucinosis says, the Overton window here is way beyond sun butter. S. Cybertaz says, I'm the writer. I could train her to be better. Mr. C says, you still on, bro? Not for long. Almost done. Wolfgang Dale says, why no death penalty for the insane? Seems cruel. I think they don't want to kill the insane because they're not cognizant of their actions. Malik Foxon says, to be fair, anyone that tries to talk some sense into the black community has twice as many useful idiots telling them we're in bed with white men and we no longer think for ourselves. Hella ironic that is too. Yep. It's an issue. New dislike button says, I personally put the J on just the crust. You stop it. You stop it. You're a rabble rouser. Nick is just a sandwich neurotic. Don't listen to his bullshit. I'm just out here. I'm just a humble man trying to teach everybody how to make better sandwiches and eat better sandwiches. I'm an expert on sandwiches. All right. That's it, guys. Show's over. Show is over. See you tomorrow. Maybe for the trial. I don't know. We'll have to see. I'll catch you next time. As Uy 99 says. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an odd bag of Balmore at Lafroig. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have